the Strongest Sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. I will kill those who kill me. Plop. Wei Yao's head rolled outside the martial arts arena. There was a smile on his face, and also a little surprise. The smile was innate. The surprise came when he saw Jun Changxiao pulling the afterimage to avoid his attack. A martial artist at the level of opening meridians had such a fast speed. Could it be that he was dazzled? This was the thought that came to Wei Yao before his death. Then his head was chopped off, his mind was annihilated, and he died without suffering too much pain. The most exciting thing was, after Jun Changxiao killed him, he said, "Elder Wei, is this knife real?" "The knife is very real." Unfortunately, Wei Yao, who was dead, could no longer hear and could no longer give an answer. Plop. The headless corpse first knelt on the ground and then fell down with a bang. Blood splattered, forming a small pool of blood. Third brother. Wei Yao screamed heartbreakingly. His mind was instantly dominated by anger, and he sacrificed his spear and gathered strength to stab it. Whoosh. The spear tip was infused with spiritual power, and it came with great momentum. Jun Changxiao smiled coldly, stepped around, and dragged out layers of phantoms again. He obviously slowed down. In fact, when killing Wei Yao, he did not release his speed completely because Zi Chengzu was present, and it was a bit shocking to be seen. More importantly, if he performed too exaggeratedly, the other person would definitely not have the courage to kill him. Die. Jun Changxiao dodged the attack, and before he could stop, Wei Yao stabbed him with a spear like a dragon, and the spiritual power gathered in the spear tip was quite explosive. If it was stabbed in the chest, it would definitely be a big hole. Jun Changxiao took a wrong step, controlled the speed within a controllable range, and went around to the left, suddenly swung the King Lang Naginator and swept away. Bang! Wei Yao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and held the spear in front of him, but the handle of the spear was directly cut off. Time did not allow him to feel sorry for the weapon, and he hurriedly stepped back a few steps, barely avoiding the long sword sweep. Now ask Wei Yao if the blue dragon Naginator is real. He will definitely say it is real. After all, the spear is of extraordinary quality and has spiritual power, but it was still cut off by a knife. Jun Changxiao was unreasonable and stepped out. He swung his arms fiercely, and the blade cut from the bottom to the top, dragging out the knife shadow again. Not good. Wei Yao felt something was wrong. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his neck, and his head flew out of his body with a whoosh. This is the world's martial arts. Only speed can't break. Plop. Wei Yao's head fell to the ground, just in the same position as Wei Yao, with a hideous look on his face, which showed that he had experienced a brief pain before his death. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the headless body, with the blood-stained long knife on the ground, and said coldly, "I will kill those who kill me." These 6 simple words, coupled with the murderous aura, are extremely gloomy. City Lord Zi, standing in front of the main hall, had a frozen expression on his face. It was obvious that he could not have expected that 2 martial arts elders of Iron Bone Sect would be killed by Jun Changxiao one by one. City Lord, according to my investigation, the cause of death of Zhao Xianba and the 200 bandits was mostly beheaded by sharp blades. This was the previous investigation report of his subordinates. Now thinking back, City Lord Zi couldn't help but secretly said, could it be that he really destroyed the Black Wind village? Plop. Wei Yao's headless body fell to the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Jun Changxiao put the long sword into the space ring and said, "Sorry, the blood of the 2 people has stained the martial arts arena." Master Jun. City Lord Zi asked curiously, "What footwork did you perform just now? It was so mysterious and unpredictable." Jun Changxiao said, "Phantom step. Phantom step. Why haven't I heard of it?" City Lord Zi said secretly, and he looked completely indifferent to the death of the Wei Yao brothers. Swords have no eyes, and casualties are at your own risk. It was made clear before the war, so he definitely wouldn't care. After getting the bounty and the enemy who wanted to kill him was killed, Jun Changxiao bowed and said, "Thank you, City Lord." The sect still has things to deal with. I'll take my leave first. City Lord Z looked at the bodies of the two brothers Wei Yal and said, Master Jun killed 2 elders of Iron Bone Sect. This feud is irreconcilable. They provoked me first. Jun Changxiao said. City Lord Z shook his head and said, Iron Bone Sect, which is backed by Strongest Sect, will not argue with you about right and wrong. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said indifferently, I'm not a coward. If they dare to provoke me again, I will fight back. The 4 words fight back were said with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Goodbye. Jun Changxiao bowed and turned to leave. Looking at the figure walking away, City Lord Z held his chin and said, this kid is not a good person. From the magical footwork he just performed, if he has high quality weapons, it is very likely that he can destroy the Black Wind Village. Why did Jun Changxiao complete the side quest? It was not because City Lord Z believed his nonsense, but because after seeing the Blue Dragon Legenitor, he made a preliminary judgment after some thought. City Lord Z believed that it was impossible for Jun Changxiao to arrive after the Black Wind Village was destroyed, because no one knew that the bandits had been destroyed, and going up would undoubtedly be to die. Then there is only the second guess left. When the Black Wind Village was destroyed, Jun Changxiao was present. If the killer was someone else, he must have known him. It was this guess of City Lord Z that met the conditions for completing the task. Now seeing Jun Changxiao perform the phantom step, he firmly believed that he must have killed the bandits. Little guy. City Lord Z shook his head and smiled, saying, in order not to expose my own strength, I made up a story about the spirit of my ancestors. Do you really think that this City Lord is a 3-year-old child? Then again, this kid has such a magical body technique. The sect originated from ancient times, which may not be false. Alas, if you tell too many lies, there will always be one that will be believed. You can't blame City Lord Z for his low IQ. Or Jun Changxiao was too fast just now, and he made up a phantom step, which made him believe that it was impossible for a sect without a solid foundation to have such a body technique. Even Liu Kai and Qian, after practicing the Yi Jinjing, once guessed that the Tigu sect might really have originated from ancient times. Whatever you say, it's better not to provoke this decisive little guy. City Lord Z was not afraid of Jun Changxiao, but was very curious. If the Tigu sect was really an ancient sect, could it rise again under his leadership? After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Jun Changxiao did not leave Qingyang City immediately, but entered a business and exchanged all the jewelry and jade obtained from the Black Wind Village treasury for silver notes. At first, he guessed that these jewelry were worth about 10,000 taels, but he didn't know that after the exchange, he actually got 30,000 taels. This is just jewelry and jade, and there is still a lot of gold in the space ring. Jun Changxiao said secretly, counting the reward money from the City Lord's mansion. I should have 50,000 taels now. 50,000 taels of silver is nothing to a large family with industry, but it is definitely a huge sum of money for the Tigu sect. After walking out of the business, Jun Changxiao stretched and said with a smile, it feels good to have money. Swish. Suddenly, a petite girl rushed past him and almost bumped into him. Jun Changxiao subconsciously touched his pocket and found that nothing was missing. He said, running so fast, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Cap. The girl suddenly stopped and stepped back and said with joy, Master Jun. Jun Changxiao said, do you know me? Swish. Swish. At this time, several warriors in tight clothes rushed from the intersection and quickly surrounded the two. The strong man in the lead cursed, damn it, run away from me, and you kid, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. The voice stopped abruptly, because the long sword was pressed against his shoulder, the blade was close to his neck. Jun Chang smiled and said, friend, it's very impolite to speak foul language. Besides, you must be graceful when treating ladies. Yes, yes. The sturdy man with the knife on his neck turned angry and hurriedly said with a shaking smile, be polite and graceful. Chapter 52 Liu Wanshi. When a person is extremely angry, it is very difficult to stabilize his emotions, and he may even do irrational things. This is the case with the strong man who suddenly rushed out from the intersection. He approached the girl step by step, and the flames in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything. However, when the cold blade was pressed against his shoulder, only one finger away from his neck, the raging anger suddenly shrank from the Behu point to the chrysanthemum point, and a smile appeared on his face. The difficulty of the angry face suddenly turning into a smiling face is dozens of stars. Boy, you are looking for death. Dare to hold the knife on the neck of our boss Zhang. Several men glared at him. The strong man called Boss Zhang almost vomited blood. I'm being held by the knife, and you are still scaring him. If he slips and chops off, my head will fly out. Swish. Jun Changxiao raised the King Lana genitor, and the distance between the blade and his flesh was only a piece of paper thick. You men don't know manners. The blade flashed with a sharp light. When his peripheral vision swept over it, Boss Zhang was so frightened that his scalp went numb, and he said in a trembling voice, "Brother. Big brother. Dear brother. I didn't teach my brothers well. Don't bother with them. You bunch of bastards." He straightened his neck and shouted, "Why don't you apologize to my dear brother at once?" The subordinates also realized that the boss was in a very dangerous situation, and hurriedly said in unison, "Dear brother, we were wrong." Jun Changxiao said lightly, "I'll give you 3 counts. How fast you can. How fast you can get out. 1. As soon as he shouted, Boss Wang and his men ran away. Jun Changxiao shook his head, took back the Kingling genitor, and said, "They have left, you are safe." The girl hiding behind him poked her head and made sure that the group of ferocious people had left. She tiptoed around to the front, knelt down with a plop, and said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, Master Jun, for saving me." Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "I just don't want to see a group of men bullying a weak woman. There is no need to do such a big thing." I knew that sect leader Jun was a good person. The girl stood up, tilted her head and smiled playfully. Jun Changxiao was able to take a look at her appearance. The girl was about 13 or 14, petite and delicate, with a height that reached his chest. Her long black hair was messy, and her big watery eyes blinked, as if they could speak. Although her face was covered with dust, it could not hide her beauty. Very cute. This was Jun Changxiao's first impression. The girl was also looking at him, and then she laughed and said, "Sect leader Jun is much more beautiful than from a distance." "What do you mean by saying that? Does this mean that I look ugly from a distance? And, to describe myself as beautiful, does it mean that I look very feminine?" Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "I want to go back. You should leave too." Sect leader Jun. The girl blocked his way and said with tears in her eyes, "Can I join the Tiguzhangzheng faction?" Her appearance was so pitiful that people felt sorry for her. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Sorry, our sect is not recruiting disciples for the time being." He also wanted to accept this cute girl, but the sect had reached the limit of members, and forcibly accepting her would be punished. The girl's tears flowed down, mixing with the dirt on her face, and her face was instantly covered with tears. Oh my god. She didn't even think about it, and she started crying. The girl raised her sleeves to wipe her tears, her face even more covered with tears, and said, "Woo woo woo. Sect Master Jun, I don't need to be a disciple, I can be a servant." Although Sect Master Jun had just killed 2 elders of Iron Sect decisively, he was a little at a loss when he saw the girl crying in front of him. "Hey, don't cry. Woo woo." The girl cried even louder, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, as if she had something heartbreaking and sad. Sect Master Jun. What's wrong with the girl? Was she bullied by him? Hey. You are the leader of a sect after all, but you even bully a little girl. Are you still a human being? The girls crying alarmed passers-by in the distance. They gathered together, pointing and talking at Jun Changxiao. The expression on sect leader Jun's face changed again and again. Woo woo. The girl continued to cry. Jun Changxiao shouted, "Stop crying." The girl stopped crying suddenly. She tightly pursed her thin lips, looked at Jun Changxiao with red eyes, and looked so pitiful. Woo woo. She still couldn't hold it back, and burst into tears again. Sect leader Jun, you are the leader of a sect. Don't you feel guilty for bullying a girl like this? She's just a child. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly. Don't cry. Don't cry. I agree. The girl burst into laughter and said, "Thank you, sect leader Jun." She was crying so hard just now, but she smiled as soon as she agreed. She must have learned Sichuan opera, and she can change her face at any time. Hey. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, let's go. Okay. The girl hurried over. As she walked, she introduced herself. Master Jun, my name is Liu Wanshi, and my nickname is Dudu. You can just call me Dudu from now on. Liu Wanshi, Jun Changxiao secretly said, such a poetic name is really inappropriate for her. Although it was only a brief contact, he could already see that this young girl had a very quirky personality. How long is the galloping talisman left? 5 minutes. With this burden, I can't get to the sect, so I can only take a carriage back. Gurgle. After walking a few steps, Liu Wanshi's stomach made a rumbling sound. She covered her stomach and said pitifully, Master Jun, I haven't eaten for a day. What do you want to eat? I want to eat Xingayu Tower stir-fried gardenia, honey fire square jujube paste cake, braised beef, and beggar's chicken. Liu Wanshi reported several dishes in one breath. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Just by listening to the names of the dishes, he knew that they were expensive. But then again, after traveling to another world, I either ate rice with vegetables or noodles every day. Now that I have money, it's time to enjoy the food here. Snap. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, lead the way to Xingayu Tower. Xingayu Tower, the most famous restaurant in Qingyang City. Its special dishes such as secret stir-fried gardenias are well known far and wide, and are known as the world's gourmet food. Every year, diners come from far and wide, just to taste it for themselves. At this moment, in the private room on the 3rd floor, Jun Changxiao and Liu Wanshi were eating like crazy, and a pile of empty plates had been piled up next to them. Burp. Half an hour later, Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and burped, saying, what a delicious meal. Liu Wanshi put one of her thin legs on the chair, pointed at the empty plate with a toothpick and said, this dish has not enough salt, a failure. This dish is not cooked enough, a failure. This dish has too much oil, a failure among failures. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, I see you have eaten a lot too. Liu Wanshi pouted and said, Master, you have to know that when a person is extremely hungry, he will not care about the quality of the food. Seeing her cute and serious look, Jun Changxiao joked, it's as if you can cook. I can't cook. Liu Wanshi said, I only know how to cook. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, is there any difference between cooking and cooking? There is a big difference. Liu Wanshi said seriously, cooking is to cook food. Cooking is all encompassing, such as stir frying, frying, sticking, boiling, deep frying, braising, stewing, roasting, grilling. Stop talking. Jun Changxiao interrupted him and asked in surprise, you can really cook? Of course. Liu Wanshi folded her arms, leaned back in her chair, and said proudly, if cooking is divided into different levels like martial arts, then I must be a god-level talent. So amazing? Jun Changxiao was skeptical. Liu Wanshi smiled and said, Master, if you don't believe me, I can show you my skills when we return to the sect and let you know what real human food is. Chapter 53, Golden Chef. Jun Changxiao spent 300 taels of silver on a meal at Xingayu Tower, but he didn't feel bad. After all, his wallet was full, so it didn't matter if he added a zero at the end. Master, does our sect have any cooking tools, such as earthen pots, iron pots, steamers, etc.? Liu Wanshi asked, after leaving the restaurant. It seems so. Jun Changxiao said uncertainly. After crossing over, he first ate at Aunt Huang's house in Qingyang village. After the recruitment of the 100 sects came back, Li Qingyang was responsible for cooking. Food is the first necessity of the people. Liu Wanshi said seriously, we can't be vague about food. Let's go to the market to buy some. Okay. Jun Changxiao took her to the market and bought a lot of utensils and a lot of seasonings. Master Jun, who was a little skeptical at first, saw Liu Wanshi's focused look when she was selecting ingredients and immediately determined that she really knew how to cook. Does the sect have a vegetable garden? No. Does the sect have a livestock pen? No. Does the sect have a fish pond? No. Liu Wanshi stopped and blinked, saying, there is nothing here, nothing there. What do the sect leader and the brothers eat all day? Jun Changxiao said. Occasionally they eat rice with vegetables, and occasionally noodles. Huh. Liu Wanshi's eyes widened. After a while, she puffed her lips and put her hands on her hips and said, will martial artists get enough nutrition if they eat this all day? No, no. She circled around Jun Changxiao, shaking her finger and said, after returning to the sect, I will improve your food. Jun Changxiao said, every time King Guiyang cooks, the pot is either burnt, or the vegetables are fried too salty. If you can improve the food, it will definitely be a great contribution to future generations. After thinking for a while, Liu Wanshi said, buy some rapeseed and poultry first. Go ahead, I'll pay. Outside King Guiyang City, on the official road, a carriage was speeding along, and Jun Changxiao, who was sitting inside, wanted to cry, but had no tears. Puff, puff. Several old hens flew up in the tent, and the feathers fell on their foreheads. Why not hide? The carriage was full of chickens, ducks, geese, lambs, and calves, filling up the small tent. There was nowhere to hide. Liu Wanshi was holding a little white rabbit, rubbing her face against the soft fur, and said with a smile, Master, we can raise these poultry first. Jun Changxiao smiled dryly, then touched his forehead, and immediately felt sticky, and knew that it must be chicken manure. Dusk came. Jun Changxiao returned with Liu Wanshi and a group of poultry. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate of Tegu sect, he saw a man wearing a bamboo hat, rough clothes and holding a knife standing proudly. Who is this person? The master is back. Shanqi ran out of the sects quickly. He first glanced at Liu Wanshi, then at the master, and hurriedly pinched his nose and said, Master, are you also going to King Guiyang village to pick up manure? Your sister. Jun Changxiao pointed to a pile of poultry and said, hurry up and call someone to throw all these poultry into the inner courtyard. Yes, yes. Shanqi was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Jun Changxiao pointed to the man with a bamboo hat at the door and said, who is he? Shanqi lowered his voice and said, Master, he said his name is Ma Yangning, a wandering swordsman, and he came here to learn martial arts from you. Disciple told him a long time ago that you were not in the sect, so he has been standing there for almost 4 hours. I guess he has fallen asleep now. Who? Faintly, snoring sound came. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, can you fall asleep while standing? Hurry up. He waved his hand and said, go call someone. Yes. Shanqi ran into the sect quickly. After a while, all the disciples came out and quickly sent the poultry to the backyard. While they were busy, the wandering swordsman was still standing in front of the door snoring. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, Dudu, come in. Yes. Liu Wanshi tiptoed and walked into the sect happily. When she saw the spacious courtyard in the hall with jade carvings, she was surprised and said, Master, Artigos Heng sect is so magnificent. After returning, Jun Changxiao took a bath first. Just as he sat on the chair in the hall, Li King Guiyang, Lu Qian Qian and other disciples came back from their tasks. Xiao Zuji didn't come in because he took a bath after carrying manure all day. Master, Suzaomo said, Xiao Huang has been found. Not bad. Jun Changxiao nodded. Lu Qian Qian leaned against the door and said lightly, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Wait. Jun Changxiao said, I went to King Guiyang City today and brought back a girl. The inner courtyard is being renovated, so I will live in the same room with you for now. Girl. Lu Qian Qian frowned slightly. Clang. Suddenly, the 3-foot-long sword on her waist was unsheathed and placed on the neck of the person who was sneaking up from behind. Liu Wanshi didn't expect that the other party would suddenly draw the sword. Tears rolled down her face and she cried, Sister, don't kill me. I just took a shower. Qian Qian. Jun Changxiao said hurriedly, put down the sword quickly. She is the girl I said. Oh. Lu Qian Qian responded and sheathed the sword. Liu Wanshi, who was still crying, smiled and said, Sister, you are so beautiful, like a fairy. Dudu. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, come here quickly. Yeah. Liu Wanshi walked into the hall. After taking a shower, she changed into a loose robe. Her little face was white and tender, and she still had baby fat, which made her look even more lovely. Jun Chang said with a smile, Her name is Liu Wanshi. You can call her Dudu, and she will be the chef of Strongest Sect from now on. The gold medal chef. Li Qingyang was overjoyed. The headmaster found a chef, and he finally didn't have to cook. Senior brothers. Liu Wanshi bowed and said, "Please take care of me in the future." Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "Dudu, let me introduce you. The one in front of the door is the eldest disciple Li Qian. This is the second disciple Li Qingyang, and the one next to him is the third disciple Su Xiaomo." Whenever Liu Wanshi introduced someone, she bowed, looking very polite. After the introduction, Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "The inner courtyard is under repair. You and Qian can live in the same room first." "Yes." Liu Wanshi nodded and smiled brightly. Li Qingyang said, "Headmaster, it's almost dark. Isn't it time to cook?" Liu Wanshi raised her little hand high and volunteered, "I'll do it." On the left side of the main hall is the kitchen, which is still quite presentable after Li Qingyang's renovation. Liu Wanshi tied her apron and picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board. "Master." Li Qingyang, who was standing outside and watching, whispered, "Dudu is so young, how can he really cook?" Jun Changxiao said, "From the way he holds the knife, he should be more professional than you." Li Qingyang was hurt. Liu Wanshi's expression froze, and she swung the kitchen knife, which immediately showed a series of knife lights, making people dizzy. "Master!" Jun Changxiao and Li Qingyang exclaimed in unison. After a while, the knife light dissipated, and Liu Wanshi nailed the kitchen knife to the chopping board, and the onions, ginger and garlic placed on it were still intact. "Master, master!" Jun Changxiao and Li Qingyang widened their eyes. The onions, ginger and garlic seemed intact, but they had actually been cut into pieces, but they were too close to see clearly. "This knife skill is amazing." Liu Wanshi started a fire and said, "It's too late. I'll fry the leftover rice for you." "Yeah." Jun Changxiao said with a smile. After the fire was lit and the wok was hot, Liu Wanshi added oil, ginger, onion, garlic and other condiments, and finally threw in the rice, picked up a large spoon, and started to stir fry. The whole process was smooth and done in one go. After a while, the smell of fried rice wafted out from the kitchen. Jun Changxiao and Li Qingyang sniffed it and immediately exclaimed, "It smells so good." Chapter 54. Do you dare to take my sword? Oh my god, this is simply the most delicious fried rice in the world. I have never eaten such delicious fried rice. Give me another bowl. No, give me 2 bowls. Dudu's cooking skills are so different from second senior brothers. In the sect cafeteria, the disciples wolfed down the fried rice while praising it, not even wasting a grain of rice. They were at a loss for words to describe such delicious fried rice. Even Lu Qian, who had a cold personality, sat alone at the table in the corner and ate it slowly and carefully, not to mention Li Qingyang. After eating the fried rice, he could only describe his previous cooking skills as rubbish. Xiao Zuji savored every grain of rice carefully, his facial expression changing again and again, and he secretly exclaimed, "The most delicious food in the world." Jun Changxiao ate 2 bowls, still not satisfied, put down his bowl and chopsticks, leaned back in his chair and burped. Liu Wanshi on the opposite side held her cheeks with both hands, blinked her eyes and smiled. "Master, how is my cooking?" Jun Changxiao praised, "It's much better than the chef of Xingyu Tower." He was really glad, now that the other party cried and pestered to come to Strongest Sect. Otherwise where could he find such a great chef? Liu Wanshi smiled and curled her lips and said, "Xingyu Tower is just an ordinary chef, but I'm a senior chef. When I comprehend a higher level, the food I make can provide strength for everyone." "So amazing?" Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. Lu Qian glanced over and then lowered her head to eat fried rice. Liu Wanshi laughed and said, "Master, can I stay in Strongest Sect now?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao didn't consider it at all. Liu Wanshi's fried rice made the disciples feel comfortable. They returned to their residences and still did not forget to discuss in a low voice. The night came, and the bright moon was high. Lu Qian sat on the roof of the main hall, with her hands on her knees and her chin resting on her arms, looking at the mountain scenery outside the sect. "It's so late, why don't you go to bed? How are you going to complete the mission tomorrow?" Jun Changxiao jumped up from below. Lu Kai and Qian ignored him. Her eyes were always looking at the distant scenery. The cold wind blew, and her soft black hair fluttered. Jun Changxiao sat down, kept a distance from her and said, I think if you have any worries, you will feel better if you find someone to talk to. Lu Kai and Qian said, I don't have any worries. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, sitting on the roof in the middle of the night, just to look at the stars and the moon. Yes. What a refined taste. Lu Kai and Qian said, Master, Liu Wan, she is not simple. Why is she not simple? Jun Changxiao said. Lu Kai and Qian said lightly, as far as I know, only the Yang family in Xianyu Royal City can make meals that can improve strength. Xianyu Royal City? Jun Changxiao had never heard of it, but judging from the word Wangcheng, it must be a very remarkable place. Dudu's surname is not Yang. The name can be changed, and the surname can be hidden. For example, you. Lu Kai and Qian was silent and jumped down. Looking at the graceful back walking towards the room, Jun Changxiao shouted, Lu Kai and Qian, remember, you will always be the eldest disciple of the Strongest Sect. Lu Kai and Qian stopped and said, I know. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, if there are any enemies or grudges, when the sect becomes stronger, I will take charge of it for you. Don't be reckless, or do stupid things. Lu Kai and Qian's starry eyes flashed with a strange look. Then she pushed open the door, went in, and closed the door. Jun Changxiao yawned, jumped down from the roof, and returned to the hall. Lu Kai and Qian stuck to the door of the room and said lightly, it seems that you know a lot. The next day, just after dawn, Liu Wan she tied an apron, and started to work in the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of food filled the whole yard, and the disciples who had just woken up immediately had a great appetite. It's delicious. I feel like I won't be tired all day after eating these meals. Give me a bowl of soup. In the sect cafeteria, the disciples wolfed down the food and completely recognized Liu Wanxi's cooking skills. After eating, the disciples felt full of strength and walked to the martial arts field to start a new day of training. Kai and Qian, King Yang, you continue to do the mission. Jun Changxiao walked out of the cafeteria with a toothpick in his mouth. Bang. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a red painted door flew out from beside him and shattered on the ground in the distance. My door. Jun Changxiao dropped the toothpick in his mouth and turned his head stiffly to look at the door. Trample. Yesterday, the swordsman with a knife stepped in and shouted in a deep voice, the wandering swordsman, Ma Yangning, has come to learn the master's skills of the Iron Bone Sect. In the martial arts arena, Jun Changxiao held the Kinglong genitor, his eyes erupting with anger. After eating and drinking, he walked out happily with a toothpick in his mouth, but the door was kicked out by someone. Anyone would be angry. The swordsman named Ma Yangning looked at him, slowly drew his knife, threw the scabbard outside the arena and said, I have confirmed your rise. You are the one I want to fight. Confirm your uncle. Jun Changxiao stepped forward, poured all his more than 2,000 pounds of strength into the Kinglong genitor, and slashed it fiercely. Without the blessing of the galloping talisman, his sword looked cold and fierce, but it was far from the elegance and chic when he killed the elder of the Linquan sect. Ding. Ma Yangning raised his sword to block it, and said in surprise, you haven't become a martial arts apprentice yet? Swish. Jun Changxiao drew his sword, and chopped it down again with the same move. But he was still taken on by Ma Yangning, who said, I have challenged more than 30 sects in succession, and I have never seen a sect leader as weak as you. You talk too much nonsense. Jun Changxiao swung his sword repeatedly, slashing at him with great force. However, the opponent was a genuine martial artist who could easily take on and dodge. Ma Yangning defended several moves in succession, retreated to the edge of the martial arts arena and said, boy, you are too weak, and I'm not willing to attack you. Really? Jun Changxiao threw out the Kinglong genitor and sacrificed the first grade hand feng sword, saying, do you dare to take my sword? Ma Yangning glanced at the slightly cold sword and determined that this sword was extraordinary, but said lightly, do you think the gap between us can be made up with high quality weapons? He took a step forward and took a posture to take the attack. Swish, swish, swish. Jun Changxiao waved his sword, performing 1, 2, 3 moves of the 9-layered wave sword until the 8th move. He flew into the air and slashed out the 9th move in the layers of waves. Having opened up the 11 meridians and practicing the Yijinjing, he once again performed sword moves with far greater power than before. Swish, the sword energy gathered into 9 layers of waves, and it slashed down like a peerless sword. Ma Yangning sneered, held the hilt of the knife with both hands, and placed it across his shoulders, pouring spiritual power into the blade, obviously intending to take on the 9th move of the 9-layered wave sword. Ding. The sword energy directly hit the blade from top to bottom, and the cold and sharp sword force spread, instantly blowing away the dust on the floor. Catcher. The next second, the sound of the weapon breaking came, and the sword infused with spiritual power was cut off by the sword energy, and the remaining power continued to chop down close to the side of Ma Yangning's shoulder. Bang! The sword energy of the 9-layered wave slammed into the ground, leaving a half-meter long sword mark, and the broken knife was also inserted into the stone slab. Ma Yangning looked dazed. After a moment, he knelt on the ground, pulled out the half-broken knife with trembling hands, raised his head and shouted heartbreakingly, "My knife." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Second Refresh Mall. Lu Qian, Li Qingyang and other disciples continued to go to Qingyang village to complete the task. Others began a day of training, but not in the martial arts arena, but moved to an open space not far away. Why? Because the wandering swordsman named Ma Yangning was still kneeling in the martial arts arena, holding the broken sword in his hands in a daze. At noon, the sun was blazing, and he was unmoved, as if he had lost his soul. Ma Yangning's sword was not of high quality, but as a swordsman, he regarded the sword as his life. Now that it was broken, it was equivalent to cutting off half of his life. "Master," Suzaomo said weakly, "that guy is quite pitiful. Do you want to hold an umbrella for him to shade him from the sun?" Jun Changxiao pointed to the broken door in the distance and said, "My door is more pitiful than his. It was kicked to pieces for no reason." At this moment, Ma Yangning stood up holding the broken sword, and said in a deep voice, "I was defeated by your sword today. Ma's skills are not as good as yours. I will definitely challenge you again one day. Goodbye." He put on his bamboo hat, held the broken sword and turned away. Although the sword he regarded as his life was cut off, he did not bear a grudge, because he was not as skilled as others, and accepted the defeat with conviction. Ma Yangning shouted, knowing shame and then being brave, "You are a real swordsman." Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, "Is this guy mentally ill?" Ma Yangning's appearance was nothing more than a small episode. After he left, the disciples returned to the martial arts field to continue practicing. After eating the lunch made by Liu Wanshi, they suddenly felt that life was too beautiful. Doo-doo. Jun Changxiao said, "There is an open space in the inner courtyard. You can use it as a vegetable garden or build a livestock pen. From now on, the sect cafeteria will be handed over to you." "Yeah." Liu Wanshi nodded, and her big eyes flashed with a luster of burden. Jun Changxiao returned to the main hall. While practicing Yijinjing, he opened the system panel and said, 86 contribution points, how should I spend it? Clicking on the purchased items, he found that the first grade insight talisman had a limit recovery, and bought it without hesitation. This item can be used to guide the disciples' shortcomings, and it can also be used to quickly practice and steal other people's martial arts. Naturally, the more the better. Jun Changxiao murmured, "The only reward from the gift package is the escape talisman. If a master comes to mess up the place, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it. I must prepare for the rainy day and buy a few talismans for self-defense. Pull down the mall to find the goods. But after searching for a long time, I didn't find the talisman. Instead, I found that some products looked good in name, but they were flashy and useless. For example, an on-leaking chamber pot worth 10 contribution points was introduced. It said that there was another space inside, and the user did not need to empty the chamber pot. It also had a self-cleaning function, and did not leave any odor. If only one contribution point was needed, Jun Changxiao might consider buying it. After all, getting up at night to urinate and emptying the urinal is a troublesome thing. There are many strange products in the mall because they are worthless, wasting the limited space of the product column. The system said the mall products are all encompassing and some may not bring strength and help. If the host is not satisfied, you can refresh them all, or you can get good things. Are you trying to trick me into spending contribution points again? Jun Chang understood its thoughts, but after considering it for a while, he decisively chose to refresh. Ding. Contribution value. 66 hundredths. After consuming 10 contribution points, the primary mall once again presented new products. Jun Changxiao only took a quick glance and saw a product called Primary Strength Increased Talisman, which cost 20 contribution points. So expensive? Clicking on the details, the content is item, Primary Strength Increased Talisman. Effects. After use, the user's strength can be instantly increased 5 times from the original basis. Duration. 60 minutes. Disadvantages. The user's physical foundation must be strong, otherwise it will hurt the bones and muscles after the time limit ends. Price. 20 contribution points. Increase 5 times the strength. Jun Changxiao widened his eyes and said, my current strength is close to 2000 kilograms. After using it, isn't it equivalent to having 10,000 kilograms of strength? Buy. Buy without hesitation. Ding. The host spent 20 contribution points and obtained one first grade force increasing talisman, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. School contribution value. 46 hundredths. 86 contribution points, bought 2 talismans, refreshed again, and instantly spent 40 contribution points. Jun Changxiao didn't care. After all, contribution points were used to spend. This is just a first grade. There should be middle grade, high grade and so on. The power increase multiplier must be more terrifying. While thinking, he clicked on the intermediate mall and saw that the price of the first product was 1000 contribution points. He immediately returned to the primary mall and said with a twitch of his mouth, it's an unattainable existence. The system said, with the host's current cultivation and sect construction, even if you can buy the products in the intermediate mall, you can't use them. Jun Changxiao ignored it and continued to browse the primary mall until he saw something and jumped up from his seat. What did he see? He saw a pistol with the words, magic modification, Desert Eagle. There really is a gun. Jun Changxiao opened his mouth. When he refreshed the Yijinjing, he wondered if he could get a 98k. Unexpectedly, he refreshed a gun the second time, although it was just a pistol. Click on the details. Item, magic modification, Desert Eagle. Introduction. The original is a 0.357 caliber Israeli pistol, which was later modified to be suitable for the high-level martial arts world, using crystal cores as energy to condense bullets for firing. Effects. Fast firing rate and strong penetration. Time limit. Permanent. Disadvantages. Although it has been modified, it has inherited the usual recoil of firearms and is not suitable for long-range attacks. Price. 10 contribution points. Jun Changxiao murmured. It turns out that it is not driven by bullets, but by crystal cores. The original owner's memory has something to do with crystal cores. It is the energy core in the body of a fierce beast. Even if it is the lowest level, it will cost 1000 teals if it is bought in the market. Should I buy it? Jun Changxiao hesitated. Although the gun has been modified, it is impossible to determine whether it is powerful or not. It would be embarrassing if someone caught the bullet with their bare hands. Besides, there is no crystal core to drive it now. He hesitated for a while. Jun Changxiao still chose to buy it. After all, he came from Earth and had a special feeling for guns since he was a child. Ding. The host consumed 10 contribution points and obtained a magic modification, Desert Eagle X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. School contribution value. 36 hundredths. Before the prompt sound ended, Jun Changxiao merged into the space ring and took the silver-white Desert Eagle in his hand and said, it's very heavy and it feels better than the toy guns I played with before. Swish. Holding the gun in one hand, pointing at the void, he pretended to be cool and said, sorry, I have a gun. Pa. 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 The childish Jun Changxiao pretended to fire a few shots. At this moment, the system prompt sound came again in his ears. Ding. Huo Zhao who plowed 10 acres of land and completed the sect mission. Ding. School achievement value. 300ths. School contribution value. 3700ths. Chapter 56 Disciple Rewards. Jun Changxiao assigned more than 20 sect tasks to the disciples. Except for a few with fixed time limits, the rest were considered completed as long as the requirements were met. This is not it. The next day, they continued to go to Qingyang village to do tasks. Jun Changxiao was in the sect and received task completion notifications one after another. The sect's achievement value and contribution value were slowly increasing. Since the task recommendation index was mostly 1 or 2 stars, the reward obtained by completing the task was only 1 or 2 points. Jun Changxiao didn't care about the increased contribution value, but the achievement value, because as long as it was full, the sect construction could be improved, and more functions could be opened. Another day passed. That was the 5th day for the disciples to do tasks. When the evening came, Lu Qian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuji and others returned, and all the more than 20 sect tasks issued were completed. The contribution value and achievement value on the system data were sect contribution value. 70/100ths. Sect achievement value. 36/100ths. After completing more than 20 sect tasks, a total of 36 contribution points and achievement points were obtained, and the disciples who did the tasks had a minimum contribution value income of 1 point. Jun Changxiao exchanged all the disciples' contribution points for key gathering powder. Suzaomo was the first to complete the task, and he also exchanged for a wooden sword and key gathering powder. He didn't give it to him, but waited until everyone finished to distribute it together, so that it would look grand. The next day, Sect Master Jun summoned all the disciples and said loudly, in view of the excellent completion of the task by Lu Qian and others, each of them is rewarded with a key gathering powder. Key gathering powder? The disciples looked at each other. Jun Changxiao said, after taking this, the speed of gathering spiritual energy will be twice as fast as usual, and it will last for 6 hours. No way. Everyone widened their eyes. They had heard of supplements that increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption, but most of them were in the rich and powerful sects. Does Heng sect have it too? Jun Changxiao placed more than 20 key gathering powders on the table and said, each key gathering powder has your name written on it. Disciples who have completed the task come and receive it. Li Qingyang and others walked up one after another, took the key gathering powder in their hands according to their names, and their eyes flashed with excitement. It doubles the speed of spiritual energy absorption. For those with ordinary qualifications, it is definitely the best training aid. Zuji. Jun Chang smiled and said, why don't you take it? Xiao Zuji stood there, full of bitterness, and said, Master, I don't have my meridians opened, so I can't absorb spiritual energy. Let's give the key gathering powder to the senior brother who needs it. Swish. Jun Chang smiled and waved his sleeves, threw the key gathering powder over, and said, this is your reward. Even if it's useless, you have to take it. As for other disciples who want to get it, they must complete the task. Xiao Zuji took it and said, I understand. Suzaomo. Here, in view of your outstanding performance, I will reward you with another weapon. Suzaomo's eyes sparkled. However, when he took the wooden sword, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, Master, isn't this sword a little light? Jun Chang smiled and said, you can try the power. Well. Suzaomo came to the martial arts arena, stimulated the 4th stage of the meridian opening, and waved the sword. Swish. Swish. Sword shadows spread across the martial arts arena. Lu Qian thought to herself, the quality of this wooden sword is probably not inferior to that of a low grade or high grade one. Heh. Suzaomo poured spiritual power into the wooden sword and suddenly chopped it at the stone outside the field. With a bang, it shattered on the spot. Oh my god. So powerful. The quality of this wooden sword is definitely not ordinary. The disciples exclaimed in unison. Suzaomo, who had tried the sword, showed ecstasy on his face, and then bowed and said, thank you, Master, for giving me the sword. Born in poverty, he was not very talented, and it was definitely something he had never dared to think of to have such a powerful weapon. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao took out a first grade cold sword and said, "You have done a lot of things for the sect during this period, so this sword will be awarded to you." After the recruitment of the 100 sects was over, Li Qingyang took a fancy to the cold sword, but Jun Changxiao did not give it to him, but wanted to see his performance in the future. Giving it to him today means that he has performed well. He rebuilt the sect, trained his fellow apprentices, and even acted as a chef. How could such a butler-like disciple perform badly? Li Qingyang stepped forward, took the cold sword, and said excitedly, "Thank you, master, for the sword." Jun Chang glanced at the disciples and said, "As long as you devote yourself to the sect, and keep working hard to become stronger, you will have resources, weapons, and martial arts." "Yes," the disciples shouted in unison. Liu Wanshi, who was sitting in front of the cafeteria, held her cheek and murmured, "When can I become a disciple of the Strongest Sect?" After dismissing the disciples, Jun Changxiao called Zhao Zuji to the main hall alone and asked, "How is your Yijinjing practice going?" He was still very concerned about this disciple. After all, he had been a disciple for a few days, and had become friends with the disciples, but he always had a decadent aura. Zhao Zuji said, "Master, I haven't comprehended it yet. Nothing can be accomplished in one go. Don't be anxious, and take your time." Jun Chang smiled. Zhao Zuji said, "I'm working hard. Can you tell me about your past? For example, why did your realm fall, and your spiritual roots degenerate?" Jun Chang smiled. A trace of pain flashed across Zhao Zuji's eyes. The past was like a nightmare to him. Jun Changxiao said, "If you don't want to talk about the past, it doesn't matter." Zhao Zuji took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "My disciple opened up the 12 meridians and gathered the cyclone to attack the martial arts apprentice, but failed and fell into a coma. When he woke up, his spiritual roots and cultivation no longer existed. Don't you feel any pain or sensation?" "No pain or sensation." "Was there anyone around you when you were unconscious?" "My disciple was in the family retreat room. There was no one else." Jun Changxiao asked Zhao Zuji to go back and practice first, and then he was alone in the hall, thinking secretly, it may be that he was too anxious to break through to the martial arts apprentice, and it is normal to fail. It is a bit strange that his spiritual roots and cultivation are gone. Could it be that there is an old grandfather in that kid's body? No, if there is an old grandfather, at most he would absorb spiritual power to nourish himself. How could his spiritual roots be gone for no reason? Could it be that he was poisoned or dug away? Jun Changxiao thought about all the plots in the novels he had read that could turn the protagonist into a waste, but the more he thought about it, the bigger his head became, and finally he simply stopped thinking about it. What's more important right now is to improve his strength. I hope Yijinjing can help him open his meridians. The next day, the disciples came to the martial arts field for routine training. Many of them were very happy, because after taking the key gathering powder, they opened up one meridian after a night of training. Less than 2 months after coming to the sect, they opened up 2 meridians in a row. This was definitely something they had never dared to think about. It's too early to be happy. Because, when Jun Changxiao led them to the spiritual power formation of the first grade disciples, and told them about the effect of doubling the spiritual power inside, the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. Lu Qian didn't care about the key gathering powder, but looking at the formation flashing with blue light, she thought in disbelief, the master can also set up a spiritual power formation? The formation is opened once every 7 days, and 20 people are divided into groups, and they enter the practice in batches for 2 hours. Jun Changxiao said. Ding. The formation is activated, consuming 1 contribution point. Ding. Sect's contribution value. 69 hundredths. Lu Qian was the first to integrate into the formation. After feeling the double spiritual energy inside that was stronger than the external spiritual energy, she could not help but think to herself, he really knows how to set up a formation. Li Qingyang also walked in and exclaimed, I didn't expect that the sect leader is also a formation master. Chapter 57, Eradicating the Earth Flame Wolf. After the spiritual power array was opened, the disciples entered in batches. Although it was only 2 hours, the training was enough to rival a whole day, which made them extremely happy. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged in the hall and started to practice Yijinjing. The disciples had a spiritual power array, but he was miserable and could not enter, so he could only practice in the normal way. The spiritual energy is enough. Rush the meridians. Jun Changxiao gathered the spiritual power gathered in the meridians together and then launched an attack on the last blocked meridian. As a result, it ended in failure. Alas. He sighed. I'm afraid my luck was all used to refresh them all. The system said, although Yijinjing can increase the chance of opening meridians, it is still very difficult for the host to rush the last meridian. Oh. Jun Changxiao responded, took out the magic modification, Desert Eagle, and said, do you want to go to Qingyang City to buy some beast crystal cores? Realm is not good. Equipment to make up for it. That's right. He slapped his forehead and said, among the sect's missions, there is a task to kill the Earth Flame Wolf. This should be a relatively powerful beast. Let Qingyang get rid of it, and perhaps we can get the crystal core. The system said, or 3-star sect mission requires the cooperation of multiple disciples to complete. Going alone is tantamount to suicide. So serious? Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment, summoned Li Qingyang, Lu Qian, and Suzao Mu, and said, there is an Earth Flame Wolf outside Qingyang village that is causing trouble to the neighbors. The three of you will follow me to eradicate it. Earth Flame Wolf. Li Qingyang said with a serious face, Master, that is a fire type beast comparable to the martial arts apprentice level. It's a bit tricky. Jun Chang smiled and said, so, I ask the three of you to accompany me. Yes, sir. Li Qingyang and Suzao bowed. As for Lu Qian, she had already walked out of the hall and headed towards the mountain gate. Ding. Receive the sect mission. Mission introduction. Please eradicate the Earth Flame Wolf in the West Slope Valley for the villagers of Qingyang Village. Unfinished. Receiving disciples. Lu Qian, Li Qingyang, Suzao Mu. Mission reward. After completion, the host can obtain 5 achievement points and 5 contribution points. 5 points. That's not a small amount. To the west of Qingyang Village, there is a valley that is shrouded in fog all year round. The villagers call it Wolf Valley. If it were an ordinary wild wolf, the villagers would not be afraid, but a few years ago, a fire-breathing earth flame wolf came and often entered the village to disturb the people. Later, the former head of the Iron Bone Sect, Wang, went down the mountain and abused the earth flame wolf, and it became obedient, but the wolf was cruel and began to frequently attack the village's livestock during this period, causing considerable economic losses. Today, at this moment, Lu Qian and 3 other disciples representing the Iron Bone Sect were in the valley, 2 holding sharp swords, and 1 holding a wooden sword, confronting the earth flame wolf with fire under its feet. Come on, you can do it. Jun Changxiao cheered for his disciples on the tree outside the valley. Li Qingyang and Suzao Mu's mouths twitched. Didn't my master say that he would accompany you to eliminate the evil? Why did he stand on the tree and let the 3 of us face the beast that was comparable to a martial arts apprentice? Roar. The earth flame wolf, which was as big as a Tibetan mastiff, roared, showing its sharp teeth and spewing flames, looking very scary. I will attack from the side, and you will assist from the side. Lu Qian poured spiritual power into the 3-foot-long sword, flashing a dazzling brilliance, and killed it with mysterious footwork. When she got serious, she looked even more extraordinary. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, this woman should have used some kind of body movement. Swish. Li Qingyang took a big step and followed closely to attack from the side so that he could attack from the front and right with his senior sister. Suzao Mu didn't go up, not because she was afraid of death, but because she only opened 4 meridians. Even if she had a primary wooden sword in her hand, it was not enough to face the beast that was comparable to a martial arts apprentice. We must seize the opportunity to attack, he said secretly. Swish. Swish. Lu Qian and Li Qingyang rushed to the front of the earth flame wolf one after another and stabbed out their long swords in the void, forming several sword beams to attack. Swish. The earth flame wolf kicked its limbs and immediately rushed out from the intertwined sword beams, then stopped in the distance, turned around and spurted out a ball of flames. Lu Qian and Li Qingyang hurriedly dodged, and the flames hit the stone wall, instantly blasting out a charred pit, showing that the power was very strong. Bang, bang. The earth flame wolf opened its mouth again and spurted out 2 flames, attacking the 2 people respectively. Although the power it carried was strong, the speed was slow, and it was still easy to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. However, just as Liu Kaian Qian and Li Qingyang dodged, the earth flame wolf's mouth was like a cannon, and it spurted out several flame shells in succession. Oh my god. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and he said, "You're even more annoying than a keyboard warrior." Several firebombs came at them, and Liu Kaian Qian and Li Qingyang could only continue to dodge, unable to get close at all. Here comes the chance. While the earth flame wolf was attacking his senior brother and sister, Suzaomo came around from behind, poured spiritual power into the wooden sword, and slashed it fiercely. Ding. The wooden sword with 1,000-pound force slashed on the back of the earth flame wolf, and the sound of hammering was heard. Suzaomo's knuckles were numb from the shock, and she said, "Fuck, the skin is so hard." Swish. Just at this moment, the earth flame wolf turned around angrily. Suzaomo smiled foolishly and said, "I'll just test your defense, don't mind." As he said that, he took a step forward and ran away, shouting, "Oh my god, senior brothers and sisters, save me." Whoosh. The earth flame wolf opened its bloody mouth, and the hot flames quickly condensed. Jun Changxiao on the tree saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Xiaomu, move quickly, move. What the hell is this?" Although Suzaomo was puzzled, she looked back and found that the earth flame wolf was gathering firebombs. She immediately changed her escape from a straight line to a Z shape and prayed silently, "If you can't hit me, hit me." Bang, the fireball shot like a cannonball. Fortunately, Feng Xiao moved and just swept past my buttocks, only burning a small hole in my pants with a little flame. Ah, it's on fire. Suzaomo slapped the flames on her buttocks while running, looking very funny. Swish, swish. Liu Kaian Qian and Li Qingyang seized the opportunity and instantly approached the earth flame wolf. One chopped off its head and the other chopped off its body. The cold and sharp sword energy instantly spread out. Roar. The earth flame wolf realized that something was wrong, but he could only dodge the sword that was chopped at his head, but not the sword that was chopped at his back. Puchy, the cold sword infused with spiritual power chopped at his body, and a deep sword mark appeared immediately. Blood like flames flowed out. Li Qingyang secretly exclaimed, "This sword is so powerful." Puchy. At this moment, Liu Kaian Qian slashed with the second sword, directly slashing the neck of the earth flame wolf. Although the head was not chopped off, it also left a bloody wound. Swish. Li Qingyang did not hesitate at all. He held the sword with both hands, poured spiritual power into the cold sword, and slashed at the wound left by his senior sister. Puchy, the second sword slashed down, and the earth flame wolf finally couldn't bear it. The head flew out and rolled in front of Suzaomo. "Damn it. I'll let you spit fire. I'll let you spit me." Suzaomo raised her foot and stomped on the head of the earth flame wolf. Ding. Liu Kaian Qian, Li Qingyang, and Suzaomo killed the earth flame wolf and completed the sect mission. Ding. Sect contribution value 74 hundredths. Sect achievement value 41 hundredths. Qingyang. Jun Chang laughed and shouted, "Check if there is a crystal core in the body." Li Qingyang raised his sword and slashed the chest of the earth flame wolf. A red crystal core rolled down and said, "Master, there is a crystal core." Jun Chang laughed and grinned, "The gun has bullets." Chapter 58, Earth Flame Wolf King. In front of a trickling stream, Li Qingyang wiped the blood-stained cold sword with water on his sleeve. He was very satisfied with the sword given by the headmaster for the first time, and thought to himself, if I had such a sharp weapon in my hand before, I would not have been seriously injured by the beast. Suzaomo sat on the stone, looking at the cold sword in the hands of the second senior brother with envy, and said, "I must perform well, get the approval of the headmaster, and change the wooden sword to a sword like my senior brother's." Liu Kaian Qian leaned against a tree, her bright eyes looking into the distance, as if appreciating the scenery of the mountains and fields. Occasionally, she glanced at Jun Changxiao, and seeing his sad face, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing, just encountered a little trouble. How to let the desert install the crystal core and form a bullet?" In the space ring, the thought that turned into a human form holding a gun in one hand and a red crystal core in the other, fought back and forth several times, but still had no effect. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, "You didn't even give me an instruction manual, how can I load the bullets?" The system said, "The host can communicate with the crystal core with spiritual thoughts, pull out the energy, and integrate it into the groove at the bottom of the pistol." Groove? Jun Changxiao turned his wrist and found an inconspicuous groove at the bottom. He immediately sat down and tried to communicate with the crystal core with spiritual thoughts. He easily integrated it and felt the violent spiritual power inside. The crystal core of the fierce beast contains a vast source of spiritual power, but it is too violent and must be refined before it can be used. Crystal cores have many uses, such as refining pills and blessing weapons, so the price is very expensive and ordinary warriors can't afford it. Jun Changxiao enveloped the violent spiritual power. Slowly pulling, the spiritual power flew out like a trickle of water, and then integrated into the groove at the bottom of the Desert Eagle, and a red dot flashed. Ding. After about a moment, a bullet-like light formed at the handle of the gun, making Jun Changxiao guess that a bullet should be loaded. Ding. Ding. Spiritual power continued to pour in along the grooves, and the bullet shape at the gun handle gradually accumulated, and soon 7 bullets were arranged. Just at this time, spiritual power could no longer enter, and it was obvious that the bullets had been filled, and most of the energy in the crystal core had been absorbed. 7 bullets are a bit too few. Jun Changxiao retracted his thoughts and murmured, "It would be great if there was an extended magazine." Swish. With a thought, he summoned the Desert Eagle, held the gun with both hands, aimed at a stone and said, "Don't move, I'm a policeman." Lu Qian said lightly, "What an idiot." Suzaomo came over, put one eye on the muzzle of the gun, and grinned. "Master, what is this thing?" "This is a gun." Jun Changxiao hurriedly raised the muzzle of the gun, fearing that he would accidentally fire and kill his disciple. Suzaomo was dumbfounded and said, "Is this a gun?" In his understanding, a gun is a weapon with a handle and a gun head. Jun Changxiao said, "To be precise, it is a hidden weapon that can shoot darts, making it hard to defend against." After this explanation, Suzaomo immediately understood and said with a smile, "Master, can you shoot it for your disciples to see?" Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "There are not many hidden weapons in it. They cannot be used casually, unless it is a critical moment." "Is that so?" Suzaomo scratched his head and retreated again. Li Qingyang said, "Master, what is the police?" Jun Changxiao said perfunctorily, "I just said it casually, don't mind it." He looked up at the sky and said, "Let's go back to the sect." He put the Desert Eagle on his waist and walked majestically. After all, he had a gun on him and was safe. Roar. Suddenly, a roar of a ferocious beast came from the direction of Wolf Valley. Li Qingyang frowned and said, "Master, it's the sound of a wolf beast. Is there more than one ground flame wolf in the valley? Here it comes." Lu Qian's jade hand rested on the sword, and her bright eyes were cold. Li Qingyang and Suzaomo also became alert. Swish. Not long after, a fiery red shadow jumped out of the bushes and stood dozens of meters away from the 4 people. It was a beast very similar to the Earth Flame Wolf, but it was much larger, almost 2 meters tall, and the flames under its feet were even stronger. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "Earth Flame Wolf King." Lu Qian frowned slightly and said, "Low-grade 7-grade beast." The ferocious beasts on the Xingyan continent are also divided into low-grade beasts, medium-grade beasts, and high-grade beasts, corresponding to the martial arts realms of martial arts apprentices, martial arts masters, and martial arts masters. Above the ferocious beasts are spiritual beasts, which are also divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high grade, corresponding to martial arts kings, martial arts emperors, and martial arts saints. As for those comparable to martial arts emperors, they are called holy beasts. No matter what level of beast, there are 1 to 9 grades. The Earth Flame Wolf that Lu Qian and the other 2 killed earlier was a low-grade 2-grade beast, and this Earth Flame Wolf King was a low-grade 7-grade beast, which was equivalent to a 7th-grade martial arts apprentice. Low-grade 2 and low-grade 7, the difference is quite large. Trouble. Li Qingyang frowned, holding his sword in front of him and said, "You go first, I'll hold it back." "Go away." Jun Changxiao put his palm on his face and pushed him back. He stood in front of the disciples and said, "Remember, the first principle of Strongest Sect is to be indifferent to life and death, and fight if you don't agree." Li Qingyang was confused. Suzaomo said with a twitch in her mouth, "Master, isn't the first principle of our sect to be a person of iron bones, and do iron bone things? Just changed." Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang and Suzaomo almost fell down. The sect's purpose was changed so easily. This was too careless. Everyone retreat. Today, I will kill this beast. Jun Changxiao said as he took out the desert eagle from his waist, but found that the 3 disciples had already withdrawn. Suzaomo stood in the distance and said, "Come on, master, you can do it." This line sounded familiar. Jun Changxiao shook his head, aiming the muzzle at the Earth Flame Wolf King in a cool manner, and said proudly, "Evil beast, you don't have much time." Roar. The Earth Flame Wolf King roared, and flames instantly spurted out of his hair, and then he sprinted over, looking for death. Jun Changxiao put his index finger on the trigger, but heard a pop and fired, but no movement, no movement, no movement. Nimmer. What's going on? Jun Changxiao hurriedly fired 2 more shots, but there was still only a light pop, and no bullets were fired at all. Roar. The Earth Flame Wolf King rushed over, and its long and thick forelimbs flicked out sharp claws, and flames rose immediately. The arrogance on Jun Changxiao's face disappeared, and he quickly rolled to the right, roaring in his heart, "Is this a gun or a model?" The system said, "The host's bullet is not loaded." Fuck, I forgot. Jun Changxiao hurriedly rolled back a few more times, and when the Earth Flame Wolf King missed, he pulled the gun barrel back. Evil beast, die. He half knelt and pulled the trigger again, only to hear a slight pop sound, and no bullet was fired again. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What is the master doing? Why doesn't he fire a hidden weapon? If I'm not mistaken, the master should be practicing his reaction speed. My god. Practicing reaction speed in front of a low-level 7th grade beast. The master is really amazing. Suzaomo looked admiring. Roar. The Earth Flame Wolf King turned his head and opened his mouth to spit out a large ball of flame shells, which were much more powerful than the Earth Flame Wolf. The disadvantage is that it is still slow. Jun Changxiao rolled sideways again, barely avoiding the flame shells, and said madly, "System, what the hell is going on? The host didn't pull the safety pin. I fucking." Jun Changxiao was collapsed, but he still saw that the pistol slide was facing him, and there was a small baffle at the hammer, so he quickly took it off. Roar. The Earth Flame Wolf King rushed over again, this time at a very fast speed, and flames burst out from his claws and fangs. It seemed that he was bound to tear the human in front of him to pieces. The master is in danger. Suzaomo's face changed drastically. Clang. Clang. Lu Qian and Li Qingyang drew their swords together. When they were about to rush over, they heard a bang. Their eardrums were vibrated and buzzing, and they stopped like wooden chickens. Chapter 59. Heaven has bestowed upon this man a great responsibility. Boom. The huge Earth Flame Wolf King fell from mid-air, his limbs collapsed, his foot fire dissipated, and there was a grape-sized hole on his forehead. Blood and brain matter immediately flowed down. Low-grade 7th grade beast, dead. Lu Qian and Li Qingyang, who had drawn their swords to help Jun Changxiao, stood there in shock. Suzaomo also opened her mouth. What did they see? They saw that the moment the Earth Flame Wolf King pounced on the headmaster, the silver bright hidden weapon spurted out a stream of light with a bang, piercing the guy's forehead at an extremely fast speed. How fast? So fast that they couldn't catch it with their naked eyes. What kind of hidden weapon was in the stream of light? Don't be in a daze. Come and help me. Jun Changxiao's voice came. The 3 of them came to their senses and looked at the bushes in the distance and saw the headmaster lying in it, his arms raised high, the hidden weapon in his hand smoking, and the whole person seemed to be stiff. How could he not be stiff? The shot was fired, generating a strong recoil that sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away, and the arm holding the gun was also shaken unconscious. Is this a pistol or a rocket launcher? Despite his complaints, Jun Changxiao was still in pain and happy. A pistol can kill a beast comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. There is no point in practicing in the future. Just go out with a gun and go out into the world. Be gentle. Ouch. My little waist. Li Qingyang and Suzaomo carefully helped Jun Changxiao up, but his arm was still straight, and it seemed that he needed some time to recover. Lu Kai and Qian walked to the body of the Earth Flame Wolf King, cut open his chest, and a fiery crystal core rolled out. In terms of size and color, it was obviously much taller than the Earth Flame Wolf. Master, do you want the crystal core? Yes. Jun Changxiao was carried back to the sect in the shooting posture. It was not until he rested for most of the day that his stiff muscles relaxed and he collapsed. This recoil is too strong. The system said. Strictly speaking, the host's body is too poor. Jun Changxiao said speechlessly. This is just a pistol. The bullets fired are similar to artillery shells. Who can withstand such a strong recoil? The system explained. The modified Desert Eagle, blessed by the crystal core of the high martial arts world, has exceeded the scope of the host's previous world pistol. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, I want to refresh a modified rocket launcher. Is its power comparable to a nuclear bomb? This is hard to say. The system said. Jun Changxiao ignored it and hurriedly opened the purchased panel. He found that the modified Desert Eagle was grey and the purchase time was limited to 2 months. If there is no purchase limit, buy one for each disciple who would need a sword in a fight. The hidden weapon shot and killed the low-grade 7th grade Earth Flame Wolf King in one go. Brother Su, what kind of hidden weapon did the master use? It's so powerful. In the martial arts arena, many disciples surrounded Suzaomo, vying to ask about what happened before. Ahem. Suzaomo stepped on a stone with one foot, made a shooting gesture, and said, the hidden weapon used by the master is called a gun. Gun? It's not the long weapon we use. It's a hidden weapon that's only as big as a slingshot, and then it shot the Earth Flame Wolf King to death with a bang. Although Suzaomo said it vividly, thinking of the time when one of his eyes was pressed against the gun hole, a chill suddenly rose on his back. Oh my god. I actually leaned over. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't my head explode? The master is so powerful. After the disciples understood the reason for the incident, their eyes were filled with even stronger admiration. If the system had this data of admiration value, their admiration for the master would probably have exceeded 10,000 by now. Instructing everyone in Qingyang City. Any Yuan-te cut off the arm of the elder of Iron Bone Sect. He Feng's He wiped out more than 200 bandits with his own strength. Now, he killed the Earth Flame Wolf King, who was comparable to a 7th grade martial artist, with only hidden weapons. For the disciples, everything Jun Changxiao did was just for admiration. More importantly, the master has not yet become a martial artist. The next day, Jun Changxiao successively assigned tasks to the disciples, who had not done it, and asked them to go to Qingyang village to complete them, and then began to immerse themselves in cultivation. With the Desert Eagle in hand, although it is safe and worry-free, the recoil is too great. If you want to control it perfectly, you must improve your cultivation and physical strength as soon as possible. Ding. The host consumes 20 contribution points and obtains 1 muscle shaping room, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution value 54 hundredths. Jun Changxiao came to the side room, took out a tent similar to camping in the wild, and placed it in front of the strength tester. The muscle shaping room is an auxiliary item for strengthening the body. Although it will not improve the level of martial arts, it can improve muscle strength. At first, Jun Changxiao did not plan to buy it. After all, 20 contribution points were a bit expensive. However, he could not withstand the recoil of the Desert Eagle. He realized that his physique was too weak, and it was a bit slow to shape it, by relying solely on the Yi Jinjing. He exhaled, opened the door of the muscle shaping room and went in. The space inside was not big, just enough to accommodate one person. The walls were all soft cushions, and it was very comfortable to lie in it. Jun Changxiao said, could it be that you can strengthen your body through massage? It seems interesting. Close the door and start. Bang, bang, bang. The muscle shaping room suddenly trembled, and dull punching sounds could be heard faintly, accompanied by screams of R and R. Inside, Jun Changxiao was squeezed into a small space, and the soft cushions turned into hammers, providing all-round close care, and every punch hit the flesh. Damn it. This muscle shaping room is poisonous. Stop. Stop. However, no matter how Jun Changxiao controlled his thoughts, the hammer still came. Not only did he not stop, but he hit harder and harder. The system said, once the muscle shaping room is turned on, it will last for 2 hours. Fuck you. Unplug the power quickly. Bang, bang, bang. An hour later, the door of the muscle shaping room opened automatically, and Jun Changxiao slid out from it, with a swollen nose, and face and foam at the mouth. This is a crappy shaping room. This is a crappy system. Feeling the soreness and pain brought by the muscles all over his body, Master Jun, who was lying on the ground, looked like he had lost all hope in life. The system said, when God gives a man a great task, he must first make him suffer in his heart, and in his muscles. Get lost. Jun Changxiao said weakly. Although the muscle shaping room was a bit brutal, after he rested for a night, his waist and legs were no longer sore, and his muscles were much stronger than yesterday. Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, is it effective so quickly? He came to the strength tester and punched it. The strength displayed was 1900 Jin. Yesterday he tested it, and his strength was 1850 Jin. 2 hours of training actually increased by 50 Jin. The effect is still very significant. Continue. Opening the door of the shaping room, Jun Changxiao went in again, and after being tortured for 2 hours, he slid out like mud. The next day, after the pain dissipated, he was full of energy and his muscles were more solid. Master. At this time, Xiao Zuji came over with his head down and said, I have already comprehended the Yi Jinjing. This is a good thing. Why are you frowning? Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Zuji said bitterly, after a night of intake, I didn't gather any spiritual power. It seems that I'm destined to never practice again in this life. Jun Changxiao wanted to comfort him, but suddenly he had an idea and said, come, I will take you to practice. Then he led him to the muscle shaping room. Go in. Oh. Xiao Zuji lay down and said stupidly, Master, is there a bed in here? Pa. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers, and the muscle shaping room suddenly trembled. The time on it was 4 hours. Bang, 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 ah. Thank you to user Kai and A for the reward, user Shiankan for the reward, and user Animezhe for the reward. Because I'm busy writing the new and old books at the same time, I have not thanked the readers who rewarded before, so I will not mention them by name. I will add a thank you here. I will take a look at everyone's suggestions. Currently, the most discussed topic in the comments section is about the name of the Strongest Sect. In fact, this name is also derived from the Strongest plot, and it is also quite random. The book is called The Strongest Sect Through the Ages. A sect is more advanced than a sect, so I will consider changing the name in the future. The main theme of this book is humorous and the story is very light-hearted. It can make you laugh. Even if it is successful, please vote for it. Chapter 60 Epic Quest begins. Outside the side room, Xiao Zuji was lying in front of the stairs like a puddle of mud. His whole face was covered with lumps. I'm afraid even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. 2 hours. Jun Changxiao was beaten for an hour, and he felt like he had no desire to live, not to mention him who had no cultivation. Of course. The muscle shaping room conducts rigorous and scientific tempering according to the different physiques of warriors, and will not cause death due to excessive force. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Who beat you? It was too heavy. I heard that the master is giving junior brother Xiao special training. Passing disciples cast sympathetic eyes. Jun Changxiao came over, sat on the stairs and said, how do you feel? It hurts. Xiao Zuji said weakly. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, again, when God gives a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, and his muscles and bones work hard. Xiao Zuji was silent, his eyes full of decadence. Being beaten up in the shaping room only hurts physically. Even with the divine mental method, he cannot gather spiritual power, which is heartbreaking. Master, I'm really a waste, a useless waste. Xiao Zuji seemed to have accepted the fate, and he became more depressed. In this world, how can you become stronger? The only way is to absorb spiritual power. It is difficult to absorb it, difficult to strengthen yourself, and difficult to open up blocked meridians. This is no different from a waste. Xiao Zuji. Jun Changxiao looked at him and said sternly, remember this, there is no waste in the Tigu sect. Master, don't say it. Starting tomorrow, come here to shape for 4 hours every day. 4 hours. Zyuji spread his limbs and turned into mud again. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he found that not only did his body not hurt, but his muscles had also changed significantly compared to yesterday. What's going on? Zyuji was confused, but he still followed the master's instructions and came to the side room again and entered the muscle shaping room. Jun Changxiao had set it in advance. As long as he went in and closed the door, it would automatically open and the shaping time would be 8 hours. This time is really long. After it was over, Zyuji became a pile of mud again, and he was still hungry. After eating the meal made by Liu Wanshi and taking a nap, his fatigue and pain disappeared, and his muscles became stronger, making him extremely excited to go to the shaping room. Junior brother, you are a little happy today. No way, you have been tortured by the head for 2 days, and your heart is flying? The disciples shook their heads. If they knew that the body and muscles can be quickly strengthened in the shaping room, they would definitely rush to be tortured. Zyuji was tortured during the day, and Jun Changxiao was tortured at night, and the two of them staggered their time. By the way, why not let other disciples temper it? After all, laying a good foundation for the physical body will be of great help in the future. Jun Changxiao's meaning is very simple. Since Zyuji cannot absorb spiritual power, he should first undergo special training to temper his body to the extreme, so as to establish confidence in practicing martial arts. Don't say it. After 3 days of training, Zyuji tested on the test machine again and again, and his strength slowly increased from 20 to 30 kilograms to 100 kilograms. Because of his lack of meridians and aptitude, the improvement was slow, but he saw the hope of becoming stronger, and a light of hope flashed in his depressed eyes. Master, the disciple needs time to improve. How long? 6 hours. Okay. After Zyuji left, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, do you want to buy another muscle shaping room? This item is limited to 5 pieces per month. Ding. Li Fei sent a letter to Niujia village and completed the sect mission. Ding. Sect contribution value. 84 hundredths. Sect achievement value. 71 hundredths. During the 3 days, when Zyuji was tempering his muscles, disciples completed the tasks one after another, and the 2 values increased by 30 points each. Jun Changxiao said, there are more than 20 tasks that have not been released. If all are completed, the achievement value will be full, and the contribution value will overflow. Bought it. Ding. The host consumes 20 contribution points and obtains a muscle shaping room X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect's contribution value. 64 hundredths. Jun Changxiao placed 2 muscle shaping rooms side by side and then renamed this room as a training room. The disciples who completed the tasks one after another also gathered together sometime to gather them together and publicly distributed key gathering powder and first grade wooden sword as a reward. With mental methods, formations, training rooms, and professional top-level cooking chefs, only the Jiu Liu Tigos sect is developing in a good direction. But Jun Changxiao knew that the sect was just starting out, and he still had a long way to go. Master, Li Qingyang came to report, the inner courtyard has been rebuilt. How much did it cost? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Qingyang said embarrassedly, the master gave me 10,000 taels, and there are more than 2,000 left. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, he is really willing to spend. The more money you spend, the better the effect. When he came to the inner courtyard, he looked at the rows of buildings with terraces and nodded with satisfaction. Li Qingyang pointed to the luxurious courtyard in the distance and said, Master, this is your residence, an independent courtyard with a pond, a backyard, and a study. Not bad, not bad. Jun Chang smiled. Li Qingyang said, the north is the wing area for male disciples, and the south is the wing area for female disciples. Each has a small martial arts arena. Hey. Jun Chang smiled. I forgot to remind you that the female disciples' wing should be closer to my courtyard. Li Qingyang was speechless. By the way, Jun Chang smiled. Select a few disciples with good qualifications and let them enter the training room in batches to temper with Zuji, 1 hour each. Brother, what is this? Li Qingyang, Suzaomo and other disciples stood in front of the 2 muscle shaping rooms, staring at each other. Bang. Just at this moment, Xiao Zuji walked in and punched the strength tester, showing a number of 300 kilograms. Note, it is displayed as 300 Jin, and the numbers are replaced for convenience. This, Li Qingyang and others were dumbfounded. Junior brother Xiao did not open his meridians, and he had no spiritual power when he punched. He could hit this kind of Jin comparable to the second stage of opening meridians. It was simply terrible. Junior brother Suzaomo came over, touched the solid muscles on Xiao Zuji's arm, and said in surprise, "Are you born with supernatural power?" "No." Xiao Zuji looked at the muscle shaping room and said, "It's credit." As he said, he opened the door and went in. The muscle shaping room suddenly trembled, and bursts of punches came out. Li Qingyang, Suzaomo and others leaned over and heard the movement inside. The expressions on their faces suddenly became wonderful. No wonder junior brother had a swollen nose and face these days. It turned out that he was abused in there. Let me try. Li Qingyang entered another muscle shaping room. Because Jun Changxiao had set it up in advance, it started as soon as the door was closed. An hour later, the first genius of Qingyang City slid out with foam at the mouth. Inside the hall, Jun Changxiao is practicing Yi Jinjing. These days, he has been practicing for 2 hours every night. Not only has his strength improved, but his muscles have also shown beautiful lines. Jun Changxiao exhaled and said, "I hope I can succeed in opening my meridians this time." Perhaps it was because of the tempering of his muscles that he gathered spiritual energy to impact the blocked meridians, and finally they were opened. The majestic spiritual power roared in the meridians like a rushing flood, and he enjoyed the feeling very much. Finally succeeded. Finally opened. This time, opening the meridians was of great significance to Jun Changxiao, because he did not rely on experience points or pills, but completely relied on his own efforts to open them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, self-improvement, and you will be rewarded with 10 contribution points. Ding. School contribution value 74 hundredths. Jun Changxiao murmured. Sure enough, relying on one's own efforts to open up one meridian will complete the hidden task. Ding. The host has opened up 12 meridians, meeting the requirements, and the epic task is started. Jun Changxiao was startled and hurriedly opened the data panel and saw that there was an epic task under the sect task, which read, 10 days later, Qingyang County will hold a sect competition and take 5 disciples to participate unfinished. PS. Thanks to user 759, Chio, and Fifi for the reward. Chapter 61 Devil Training. Jun Changxiao opened up the 12 meridians and met the requirements, so the epic mission was started. However, when he saw the mission presented above, he was incredulous and said, "Is it just a competition?" Clicking on the mission details, a complete introduction was presented. Epic Mission 1. Mission details. In 10 days, Qingyang County will hold a biennial martial arts competition. The host needs to bring 5 disciples to participate. Mission conditions. The disciples will take the top 3 places. Mission failure. If the disciples fail to register for the competition within the specified time, they will be eliminated in the first round. Mission reward. The 3 question marks are a bit naughty. Jun Changxiao was so naughty that he collapsed and said, "What the hell is a reward of 3 question marks?" The system said, the epic mission reward is measured according to the host's completion, so it is impossible to determine what the reward is. Doesn't the mission condition say that the disciples should take the top 3 places? Jun Changxiao said. The system explained, the mission conditions are just a definition. If only one disciple sent by the host makes it into the top 3, or exceeds the target, the reward will change. Jun Chang smiled and said, if a disciple makes it into the top 3, it is considered as completing the mission, but because the completion rate is low, the reward will be less? That's right. If 5 disciples occupy the top 4, it means they have exceeded the target. Will the reward be higher than the definition? Yes. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Can I not participate?" The system said, "Not participating means the mission has failed. The host will be punished and will not be able to break through to the next level within a specified time." "How long?" "At least 10 years. Jun Chang smiled and spread his hands and said, "So, I have to do the epic mission." Li Qingyang, with a bruised face and nose, dragged his weak body and walked in step by step and said, "Master, do you have any instructions?" It took him an hour to shape it, which made him feel sour. Jun Changxiao said, "Have you heard of the martial arts competition in Qingyang County?" "I've heard of it." Li Qingyang rubbed his aching face and said, "It's held every 2 years. Calculating the time, this session will start in 10 days. Suddenly, he realized something and said, "Master, our sect won't sign up for the competition, right?" "No. That's good. But I'm planning to sign up." Li Qingyang twitched his lips and said, "Master, those are all martial arts competitions for higher level sects. If we go, we will only become cannon fodder." Jun Changxiao put his arms on the armrests, supported his chin with the back of his palms, and said, "Do you have so little confidence in yourself and your sect?" Li Qingyang said solemnly, "According to what I know, in this kind of martial arts competition, each sect will send its most outstanding disciples to fight, and most of their strength is at the level of martial arts apprentices." "Really?" Jun Changxiao frowned. "The disciples of the sect are all in the Kame stage, and it will definitely be disadvantageous to fight with martial arts apprentices, let alone advance to the top 3. Li Qingyang added, "The first place in the last competition was a 6th-rate Huling sect disciple, whose strength has reached the level of a 3rd-grade martial artist." Jun Changxiao frowned even more. If there are still 3rd-grade martial artists participating in this competition, how can his own disciples fight against them? "Epic mission? I think it's a hell mission." Jun Changxiao said, "Where can I sign up for the sect competition?" The sect leader wants to participate. Although Li Qingyang was speechless, he still said, "This sect competition will be held in Liang City." "Liang City? Isn't it the city where Zuji family is located?" "Yes, sect leader." Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment and said, "Notify Lu Qian, Suzaomo, Shinki, and Zio Zuji that I will start devil training for the 5 of you tomorrow." "Devil training?" Li Qingyang was confused. Jun Changxiao walked down, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a deep tone, "I will send you to participate in the sect competition in 10 days, and you must take the top 3 places." "Ah." Li Qingyang was stunned. If the epic mission fails, the realm will be sealed for 10 years. Even if he knows it is hell mode, Jun Changxiao must do it. He is more optimistic about Lu Qian and Li Qingyang. One is hidden, and the other is extraordinary. Although Suzaomo and Shinki are not so good, they may be able to improve a lot after 10 days of devil training. As for letting Zio Zuji fight, Jun Changxiao hopes that he can prove to the Zio family in the world that he is not a waste with his strength at the doorstep. This is a bit difficult. The next day, Jun Changxiao distributed the remaining sect tasks to the disciples, and then took Lu Qian and the other 4 to the spiritual power formation of the 1st-grade disciples and said, "You go in and practice for 2 hours first." Suzaomo and Shinki's eyes suddenly became hot. Lu Qian said, "Does the master really want to send us to participate in the Qingyang County sect competition?" Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "Not only do we have to participate, but we also have to take the top 3 places for me. It's difficult." Lu Qian said. Jun Chang smiled and said, "It's challenging only when it's difficult. Tell me loudly whether you can do it." "Yes." Li Qingyang, Suzaomo and the other 2 shouted in unison. "Go in and practice." "Yes." The 4 entered and opened the formation and began to practice. In the training room, Zio Zuji lowered his head and said, "Master, please send other brothers to participate. I'm not qualified." Although the muscle shaping room brought him hope, he was very unconfident to compete with disciples from various sects in Liang City. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Are you escaping?" Zio Zuji said painfully, "I don't want to drag down the sect." He didn't mind being embarrassed or being despised, but he didn't want to represent the Tigu sect and bear the shame for a waste like himself. Jun Changxiao pulled Zio Zuji over and said in a deep voice, In 10 days, become stronger for me, and prove to them with your strength that even if you, Zairozuji, have no spiritual roots and no cultivation, you are still the genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. He was a little excited, and his saliva was flying. Looking at the eyes of the head, Zairozuji's heart gradually warmed up. It was a feeling of being trusted, even if he was just a waste now. Catcher. Zairozuji clenched his fists and said loudly, "Disciple understands." Swish. Jun Changxiao threw him into the muscle shaping room, and the opening time was 20 hours. When being greeted by the hammerhead in all directions, Zairozuji activated the Yijinjing, and achieved a double improvement in his physical body. I want to become stronger. I want to prove myself. I can't let the sect be humiliated. With this belief, Zairozuji had 1 meal a day, 1 hour of sleep, and the rest of the time was spent in the training room. Jun Changxiao spent another 40 contribution points to buy 2 muscle shaping rooms. After Li Qingyang and Suzumo finished practicing in the spiritual power formation, they started muscle shaping. The 3 of them also had 1 meal, 1 hour of sleep, and half of the remaining time was in the spiritual power formation and half in the shaping room. Lu Kai and Qian did not enter the training room, and always sat cross-legged in the formation to absorb spiritual power. The devilish training of the 5 disciples officially began, and it would last until the eve of the sect competition. Liang City. Jun Changxiao rushed over when the disciples were undergoing devilish training. At the martial arts arena in the south of the city, where the competition would be held a few days later, scattered elders from various sects were gathered in front of a table, announcing the names of their own sects and participating disciples. Next, the middle-aged man holding the pen shouted. Jun Changxiao walked over. The middle-aged man didn't look up, but dipped his pen in ink and said, "Sect. The Iron Bone Sect." The middle-aged man's hand holding the pen suddenly stiffened, and he looked up in astonishment. The elders from various sects who had registered stopped and turned to look at Jun Changxiao in disbelief. The Iron Bone Sect? Isn't it the 9th rate sect of Qingyang village? The sect competition is held every 2 years, and the participants are all from sects above the 8th rate. Why is the Iron Bone Sect joining in the fun? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. Please remove Zio family direct lineage. When Jun Changxiao mentioned the sect, the surrounding warriors looked at him sideways and whispered, their words full of contempt. This is normal. In each sect competition, the participants are all sects of the 8th rate or above. It is really unbelievable that a 9th rate sect would sign up without knowing its own strength. Jun Changxiao sighed. He did not think that he was born with a sarcastic face, but that the belief of Xinjiang continent that martial arts is respected was too cruel. In the ancient world of the past, people were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Servants and slaves were often regarded as pariahs, and they would definitely be sprayed to death by people with status when entering and leaving large occasions. Although the Tegu sect is a sect, it is only 9th rate, and it is not much different from pariahs in a world full of sects. Wait. I will make my sect the most dazzling existence in Xinjiang continent, so that all living beings can come to worship it. Jun Changxiao does not care about the secular perspective, but will work hard to move towards a stronger path. The middle-aged man holding the pen said calmly, although there is no limit on the level of the sect competition, the applicants must be high-ranking members of the sect. Why are you, a disciple, here to make trouble? Jun Changxiao pressed the seal of the headmaster on the white paper on the table and said, the headmaster of the Tegu Zheng sect, Jun Changxiao. He acted very arrogantly. Others can look down on themselves, but they cannot look down on themselves. The middle-aged man glanced at the mark on the paper and said indifferently, so it's Headmaster Jun. I'm sorry. He is the headmaster of the Tegu sect who instructed the elders of the Kangshan sect in Qingyang City? I didn't expect him to be so young. I heard that his cultivation level is only the 4th or 5th stage of opening meridians, and he cut off the arm of the elder of the Linquan sect who had opened meridians for 12th stage on the stage of grievances. I heard about it too, but I always feel it's a rumor. How can a person with a 4th or 5th stage of opening meridian seriously injure a person with a 12th stage of opening meridians? The warriors of Liang City also heard about what happened at the recruitment of the 100 sects, but they didn't see it with their own eyes, so they just regarded it as a rumor. Jun Changxiao ignored them and said, since there is no rule that the 9 rank sects cannot participate in the competition, why are you in a daze? Ask quickly and fill in the form quickly. Are you sitting here to act like a boss and drink tea? The face of the middle-aged man who wrote the book suddenly fell, but he still suppressed his anger and said, how many disciples are participating in the competition? 5. Name, age. Lu Qian is 16 years old, Li Qingyang is 17 years old, Su Xiaomo is 16 years old, Shan is 78 years old, and Xiao Zuji is 17 years old. The middle-aged man who wrote the book looked stunned and said, who is the last one? Xiao Zuji. Jun Changxiao repeated. Xiao Zuji. A warrior standing in the distance smiled and said, isn't he the waste expelled by the Xiao family? Swish. Jun Changxiao turned around and said with a cold look, try to say it again. His eyes were very cold and fierce. The warrior looked at him and immediately stopped smiling and took a few steps back. The hair on his back stood up. The middle-aged man said indifferently, Xiao Zuji, the former direct descendant of the Xiao family? Please remove the direct descendant of the Xiao family. I don't want my disciples at all. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. The former genius brought countless honors to the family, but because of his declining cultivation, he was expelled at the age of 12. Jun Changxiao felt that Xiao Zuji was not worthy of such a family and could only describe it in 2 words, bah. The middle-aged man understood, filled in the names of several people, threw 5 bamboo cards, and said, on the day of the competition, disciples must bring their identity cards to the venue, otherwise they will be regarded as abstentions. Jun Changxiao took the bamboo cards and turned away. However, he stopped in front of the warrior just now and said grimly, if you dare to say that my disciples are trash again, I will let you. Roar. The guy suddenly screamed strangely and frightened the other party to fall down. TSK. Jun Changxiao said disdainfully, you are frightened, and you still have the nerve to call others trash. Damn it. The warrior was ashamed and angry, but he didn't have the courage to rush forward. First, fighting was prohibited in the city, and second, the boy's eyes were really scary. Jun Changxiao left. But not long after he left, the warriors at the registration venue began to talk about it. The Xiao Zuji that guy is talking about must be Xiao Zuji from the Xiao family. It seems that the trash joined the Tegu sect after being expelled. If his talent and cultivation were still there, let alone the 4th and 5th rate, even the 2nd and 3rd rate sects would be vying for him. Unfortunately, now he can only eat and wait for death in the 9th rate sect. I wonder what the Xiao family would think when they heard that the expelled direct descendant joined a sect lower than the family. In Liang City, the Xiao family is also an old family with hundreds of years of history. In terms of comprehensive strength and industry, it is much stronger than the Li family in Qingyang City. On this day, the eldest elder of the Xiao family walked into the hall angrily. The head of the Xiao family, who was sitting in the first seat, put down his teacup and said with a smile, Elder, what's wrong? The eldest elder said angrily, I just heard the news from outside that the expelled waste joined the Tegu sect and signed up for the sect competition. Oh. The head of the Xiao family was quite surprised. The elder was so angry that he almost slammed the table and said, my Xiao family has been established in Liang City for more than 200 years. In terms of foundation, it is not inferior to the 8th rate sects. That rubbish joined the 9th rate sect. Isn't it deliberately embarrassing my Xiao family? The head of the Xiao family took a sip of tea and said, he has been expelled. Even if he has become a beggar, he has nothing to do with my Xiao family. There is no need to think so much. That's what I said. But some families in the city with ulterior motives deliberately spread the news, just wanting the whole city to laugh at our Xiao family. I have long suggested to the head of the family that he should give that rubbish a cup of poisoned wine and let him go to the underground to reunite with his parents. But the head of the family just expelled him. It is not difficult to see from the words of the elder that all his anger was vented on Xiao Zuji. The head of the Xiao family put down the teacup turned the ring with his fingers, and smiled. It's not easy to kill a rubbish. In my opinion, there is no need for the elder to get angry. In a courtyard of the Xiao family. Have you heard that the loser Xiaozuji has joined the Tegu sect and signed up for the sect competition? He will come to Liang City in a few days. No way. He dares to come to Liang City without spiritual roots and cultivation? The sects of several cousins are also participating. Will they meet that loser? It seems that there are many disciples from the sects participating in the competition. I think it will be a bit difficult for cousins to meet that loser. Anyway, we must go to see him on the day of the competition. I haven't seen that loser for a few years. I really miss him a little bit. Hahaha, do you want to bully him again? The younger generation of disciples of the Xiao family gathered together to discuss Xiaozuji, with disdain and contempt in their eyes. Little did they know that the loser they kept talking about was now in the training room of the Tegu sect, undergoing the most brutal muscle tempering. Not qualified enough. Work hard to make up for it. Become stronger. Become stronger. Late at night, Xiaozuji was practicing the Yijinjing while frantically bombarding the strength testing machine, with sweat beads on his forehead and blood on his fists dripping down together. Jun Changxiao was lying on the roof of the main hall. He heard the sound of fists coming from the training room and murmured, "Let's vent all the humiliation and torture we have suffered on the day of the sect competition. Thanks to users, this name is really funny, for their awards, and thank you all for your recommendation votes." Chapter 63, Sect Construction Upgrade, Medicine Refining Pavilion opened. Xiaozuji tried his best to become stronger, and the main reason was not for himself, but for the sect, and to live up to the master. Lu Qian, Li Qingyang and the other four were not idle either. They were either in the formation, or in the training room all day. The madness of the 5 people boosted the atmosphere of the sect. Many disciples practiced harder, and sometimes they didn't even have time to eat. Can the nutrition keep up? If it were other sects, they would have collapsed after practicing madly for a few days, but the Tegu sect had Liu Wanshi. This gold medal chef would not let them fall behind in nutrition. He made the ultimate combination of meals to keep their bodies in good shape. Doo-doo. Jun Changxiao sat in front of the hall, eating delicious snacks, while watching the disciples practicing and said, "Thanks to your food, otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago." Liu Wanshi put her hands behind her back and laughed. "Master, this is what Doo-doo should do." Jun Changxiao swallowed the snacks in one gulp, clapped his hands and said, "After a while, I will accept you as my disciple." "Really?" "Yes." Liu Wanshi jumped up happily. She has always hoped to become a disciple of the Strongest Sect, not a gold medal chef. Ding. Zishian Heo mowed 500 kilograms of grass and completed the sect mission. Ding. Sect contribution value 53 hundredths. Sect achievement value 91 hundredths. The disciples in Qingyang village are still completing tasks, and the achievement value is very close to breaking 100. There are still 6 tasks, and they should all be completed tomorrow, just enough to make up 100 achievement points. When the achievement value is full, the sect construction can be upgraded, which can not only expand the sect disciple limit, but also unlock the medicine refining pavilion, which makes Jun Changxiao look forward to it very much. The next day, there were still 8 days left before the sect competition. The 5 disciples were still undergoing devilish training, and Jun Changxiao was not idle either, practicing the Yijinjing all the time. He had developed a habit of practicing the big and small Zaoshan whenever he had time, and his body, blood vessels, and internal organs were all changing imperceptibly. Improving martial arts is not something that can be done in a short time. It takes a long time to accumulate and become stronger and stronger. Ding. Li Xianwen carried 20 buckets of water and completed the sect mission. Ding. Sect contribution value 62 hundredths. Sect achievement value 100 hundredths. Full. Jun Changxiao stopped practicing and hurried to open the attribute panel. He saw that there was an upgradable button behind sect construction, level 1. Click. Ding. Sect construction has been upgraded to level 2. The upper limit of sect members, contribution value, and achievement value has been increased. The sect's medicine refining pavilion is open. The data panel in front of Jun Changxiao changed. Sect name, Strongest Sect. Sect leader, Jun Changxiao. Sect level, 9 class sect construction, level 2 sect function, alchemy pavilion sect skills, Yijinjing, divine grade elementary. Sect members, 100 over 500 sect contribution value, 62 over 500 sect achievement value, 0 over 500 sect mission, none. Sect mainline mission, within 100 years, omitted here. From the data changes, after the sect construction is upgraded to level 2, the upper limit of members, contribution value, and achievement value is expanded to 500, and the original achievement value is reset to 0. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, even if the contribution value is full, you can't afford the goods in the mid-level mall. The system said, the host's focus should be on the alchemy pavilion, which is the biggest benefit brought by the construction upgrade. Makes sense. Jun Changxiao's mind moved, and he clicked on the alchemy pavilion. A brand new panel suddenly appeared in front of him, showing a 3-dimensional 3D furnace, which was shaped like a gourd. Oh my god. He said with a twitch in his mouth, is this the alchemy furnace? It looks like a projection. Below the alchemy furnace, there were 4 names of elixirs. Jun Changxiao was stunned when he saw the first one, because it said first grade healing elixir. Oh my god, isn't this the elixir from the mall? The system said, the pills sold in the store can be refined in the alchemy pavilion. That's great. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Although the first grade healing pills in the mall are very effective, they are limited in purchase time. If you can refine them, you don't have to spend contribution points at all, and you don't have to wait any longer. How to refine? Click on the pill you want to refine. Jun Changxiao clicked on the first grade healing pill, and a small panel popped up immediately, which read, pill, first grade healing pill. Effect, for patients at the level of opening meridians, martial arts apprentices, and martial arts masters, as long as they still have a breath, they can recover quickly. Medicinal materials, green leaf grass 0/3, red lotus leaves 0/3, earth spirit fruit 0/1, fire, none. Finally, there is a refine button, but it is gray, which shows that it cannot be refined. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, I know what medicinal materials mean, but what is fire? The system said, on the Xingqiu continent, only if you have fire can you refine elixirs, so the host must have not only materials but also fire. Where can you get the fire? Jun Changxiao said with a smile. The system said, there are many fires of great strength scattered on the Xingqiu continent. The host can find them, or buy them directly in the mall. I have to take care of the sect, so I have time to find them. I must buy them in the mall. Jun Changxiao murmured. The system said, in view of the hosts upgrading the construction of the sect to level 2, a special fire is sent. Please check it in the purchased items. You should have said it earlier. Jun Changxiao hurriedly clicked on the purchased mall. A cluster of flames appeared in the original grid, and it said the best fire, exquisite fire, and the price was 50 contribution points. So expensive? Jun Changxiao widened his eyes. He only had 62 contribution points now. If he bought the best fire, it would basically be the bottom. The system said, with the fire, you can refine medicine. It is recommended that the host buy 5 stars. 5 stars again. Although Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes, he knew that the system's recommendations were often good, but he still didn't buy it. It's not that he felt sorry for the contribution value, but the sect competition was about to start, so he kept it for emergency use. What's more, the purchased items will not disappear, so you can buy them at any time. Jun Changxiao looked at 3 other elixirs. One of them was called the first grade body shaping pill, which, as the name suggests, is used to strengthen the body. The second one is called the key gathering pill, which is exactly the same as the one bought in the mall, but it obviously has more materials than the healing pill. The third one is even more awesome, called the cyclone pill. After taking it, the warrior who has opened the meridians for the 12th stage can increase the success rate by 50% when the spiritual power condenses the cyclone. If it weren't for the low contribution value, Jun Changxiao would have wanted to buy the exquisite fire and then look for the medicinal materials on it to refine the pill. Ding. Side quest triggered. Jun Changxiao, who was worried about his lack of contribution points, hurriedly retreated to the homepage of the attribute panel after hearing the prompt. Side quest, resolve the assassin who assassinated the host in the dark 0/3. Elite quest. Swish. Jun Changxiao jumped up from his seat, holding the desert eagle on his waist with one hand, looking around, and said vigilantly, "Is there an assassin trying to assassinate me?" Just at this moment, he found a trace of dust falling from in front of his eyes, and hurriedly looked up. His pupils suddenly widened. Bang! There was a loud bang in the hall, and the disciples outside were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. P.S. Thanks to Barbie, Yang Daling, 759, and A New Day, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 64. Holding his head with both hands, squatting on the ground. A hole of more than 10 centimeters was punched through the roof of the hall, and tiles fell and dust flew. The two men in black who were hiding on the beams were preparing to take action, and the only eyes exposed were flashing with horror. Another of their companions rushed over from the top, and should have been determined to win, but unexpectedly, the other party suddenly raised his head, raised the silver object in his hand, and shot out a stream of light with a bang. The light was so fast that the two could not see what it was. Then, they saw their companion's chest being pierced, and the light hit the roof. Plop. The black-clothed man who was shot fell to the ground, bleeding, and a song of coolness was given to him. Ding. Solve 1/3 of the assassins hiding in the dark to assassinate the host. Elite mission. Jun Changxiao turned his arm and pointed the muzzle of the gun at another black-clothed man on the beam and said coldly, "You dare to assassinate me? You are really brave." With a gun in hand, he is really safe. Swish. The targeted man in black quickly dodged to the other side, his eyes full of murderous intent, and several hidden weapons appeared out of thin air in his hands as he moved. Jun Changxiao swung the gun directly and pulled the trigger with his finger. Bang! The muzzle of the gun ejected bullets again, piercing the opponent's forehead at an extremely fast speed, and a hole was punched in the roof again, and the opponent also fell to the ground with a bang. Ding. Destroy 2/3 of the killers hiding in the dark to assassinate the host. Elite mission. Swish. Jun Changxiao turned around, pointed the gun at the third killer, and said lightly, "If you think you can be faster than my hidden weapon, why not try it?" The man in black who was about to take action was stiff, and the horror in his eyes became more and more intense. The first companion rushed down and was killed by a hidden weapon, which could be attributed to carelessness, but the second companion was directly killed while moving, which made people's scalps numb. Swish. Swish. Lu Kai and Qian and Li Qingyang rushed into the hall from the spiritual power formation. They first saw two men in black lying in a pool of blood, and then followed the gun of the headmaster to see the third man in black on the beam. This is a killer. A killer is like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, always watching the target, and once he seizes the opportunity, he will suddenly jump out and bite, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. This is how ordinary people understand killers. However, the man in black standing on the beam undoubtedly insulted the mysterious profession of killer at this moment, because a group of disciples were discussing him in the hall below. Is this the killer? Wearing a black suit in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being conspicuous? It seems that he should have a cultivation of martial artist. Everyone was discussing and looking at the killer, feeling like watching a monkey in a zoo. The blood in the man in black was boiling, and it was possible that it would spurt out of his throat, but he didn't dare to move, because the silver hidden weapon was always locked on him. The disciples of the Tegu sect were all there, blocking the entrance. Even if there was no gun at him, it would be impossible to run away. If the assassin had done this, it would be embarrassing for his peers. Jun Changxiao sat down, crossed his legs and said, "Is it cool up there? Why don't you jump down?" The man in black could only jump down from the beam. Jun Changxiao said, "Throw out the hidden weapon in your sleeve, hold your head with both hands, and squat on the ground." Ding dong. Several 5-pointed hidden weapons were thrown down, and the man in black squatted obediently with his head in his hands. Swish. Li Qingyang strode over, with the cold sword against his neck. The assassin had been subdued, but Master Jun still raised his arm to hold a gun. It was not because he was too cautious, but after firing 2 shots in a row, his arm muscles stiffened again. The first time he fired a shot, he was blown away 3 or 5 meters by the recoil. Now he can keep his body steady after firing 2 shots in a row. It's a great improvement. Are you kidding? It's not in vain that he has been tempered in the flesh shaping machine for so long. Ding. Sol 3/3 of the assassins hiding in the dark to assassinate the host. Elite mission ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and gaining 30 points of sect contribution value. Ding. Sect contribution value 92/500. When Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomo tied the assassin inside and out like a dumpling with a thick rope, the side quest met the conditions and was completed. The so-called solution can be killing, severely injuring, or capturing. Jun Changxiao pursed his lips and thought to himself, give 30 points, not bad, not bad. Master, what should we do with this assassin? Li Qingyang said. Jun Changxiao walked in front of the assassin, uncovered the black scarf, revealing a middle-aged man with a square face, and said, tell me, who sent you to kill me? The first rule of assassins is not to reveal the identity of the employer. The assassin gritted his teeth. Jun Changxiao squatted down and said, in fact, even if you don't say it, I know that the one who sent you to kill me must be Linquan Sect. The assassin's eyes flashed a little strange, but it was well concealed. Jun Changxiao caught it and got the answer he wanted. He stood up and said, seal the meridians and lock him up. Yes. Xian Qi and Su Xiaomo forced the killer away. The disciples retreated one after another. On the way, they all talked about the bang just now, and they all regretted not seeing the shooting with their own eyes. Jun Changxiao sat on a 1,000-year-old Nanmu chair and thought to himself, no wonder there has been no movement. It turns out that you paid a killer to kill me. After the city lord's mansion killed Wei Yile and the other two, he knew that his relationship with Linquan Sect was like fire and water, but he didn't expect the other party to play such a trick. First you bribed the bandits to kidnap my disciples, and now you hire a killer to assassinate me. Your tricks are really continuous. Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually showed murderous intent. If it was just a laugh, he could turn a deaf ear to it. But if he wanted to kill himself again and again, it would offend his principle. If someone offends me, I must offend him. The sect competition is over. We must fight back and let them know that I can't afford to offend them. Jun Changxiao made a decision in his heart. He opened the purchased items on the data panel and lit it on the exquisite fire. Ding. The host consumes 50 contribution points and obtains the best fire seed, Linglang Fire X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect's contribution value 42/500. Swish. In the space ring, Jun Changxiao pinched his fingers and a surging flame emerged. This is Linglang Fire. Because it was purchased from them all, it was easily integrated successfully. With the fire seed, he is also a fire warrior. With the blessing of spiritual power, he can form the momentum of flame. With the flame, he must make pills. Jun Changxiao gave 2 disciples 1,000 silver notes and ordered them to go to Qingyang City to purchase 4 kinds of medicinal materials for pills, while he continued to practice in the sect. At dusk, the disciples who had purchased returned. Although they brought a lot of medicinal materials, they only had enough materials for 5 first-grade healing pills and 2 first-grade body-shaping pills. The materials for key-gathering pills and cyclone pills were much worse. Jun Changxiao did not dwell on this and pulled out the medicine pavilion to start making pills. In the detailed introduction of the elixir, the medicinal materials are automatically matched, the exquisite fire is automatically matched, and the refining button is also bright. Click. Refining begins. Ding. 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 30 minutes later, 5 healing pills and 2 body shaping pills appeared in the space ring. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, most of the protagonists in novels need 1 or 2 chapters to describe how difficult it is to refine pills. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed in the system alchemy pavilion. The healing pills have no effect for the time being, so he puts them into the pill bottle for storage, and then picks up a body shaping pill and swallows it. The effect of the medicine takes effect, and the meridians, blood vessels, and muscles change instantly. Bang. Jun Changxiao punched the strength tester, and the value showed 2200 Jun. After opening the 12 meridians, his strength tested was 2000 Jun. After taking the body shaping pill, it is equivalent to directly increasing 200 Jun. Crunch. Just at this time, Zyuji slid out of the shaping room like a puddle of mud. Jun Changxiao walked over, opened his mouth, threw the only remaining shaping pill into it, and murmured, "You, my disciple, really made me spend a lot of effort." 6 days later, Li Qingyang and 5 other disciples finished their devilish training and stood in the martial arts field ready to go. Jun Changxiao, dressed in white, walked out of the hall and said loudly, "This time I go to Liang City to participate in the sect competition. I have only one request, to take the top 5. Yes." Li Qingyang, Suzaomo and the other 3 shouted in unison. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and led them out of the gate under the gaze of many disciples, taking the first step for the Strongest Sect to become famous in the Xinjiang continent. Chapter 65. Someone humiliates your junior fellow apprentice. What should you do? Jun Changxiao led his disciples to end the devilish training ahead of schedule and headed for Liang City. The main purpose was to give them time to rest and adjust their condition to face the upcoming martial arts competition. Kian. On the way, Jun Changxiao said, "I've seen you practicing formations these days. How's your strength improving?" Lu Kian said indifferently, "Not bad." Accustomed to this woman's indifference, Jun Changxiao no longer made himself boring and looked at Zyuji, who always followed with his head down. This guy must be thinking about how to face the people in Liang City and how to face the Zhao family members who might meet at any time. "Zuji." Jun Changxiao came over, patted him on the shoulder and said, "If you are a man, you should have the courage to face everything." "Yeah." Zyuji took a deep breath, and his dark eyes flashed with determination. The few of them walked all the way, and finally arrived at the gate of Liang City when dusk came. However, before they walked in, the warriors coming in and out cast their eyes and locked onto Zyuji. "Isn't this the loser of the Zhao family? He really came to participate in the martial arts competition. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. TSK, without spiritual roots and cultivation, such a loser dares to come to participate in the competition. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?" Hearing the ridicule and private discussions of the crowd, Zyuji clenched his fists and gradually lowered his head. "Zhao Mu." Jun Chang smiled. Suzaomo said, "Here." Jun Chang smiled and pointed at the 2 warriors who had just called him loser and said, "Someone humiliated your junior brother. What should you do?" Suzaomo understood and rushed over like a rabbit, flew into the air halfway, and kicked the warrior on the left away. Swish. He turned around, pointed his toes, and rushed out again, and swept the other warrior's face with a sweeping kick. Plop, plop. At the same time, the 2 beaten warriors fell to the ground. One charge, one stop, and another charge, attacking at different times, knocking down 2 people at the same time. It can be said to be clean and neat, without any drag. Suzaomo landed smoothly, clapped his hands and said, "Junior brothers are like brothers. To humiliate him is to humiliate me. Not bad." Jun Chang smiled and said with satisfaction. Li Qingyang whispered, "Master, this is Liang City. It's a bit inappropriate to take action, isn't it?" Jun Chang smiled and said, "It's not against the law if we are not in the city." "Makes sense." Li Qingyang said. "Why didn't I think about it? I should have taken action first." The 2 warriors who were kicked out stood up, covering their faces with footprints. Although they were full of anger, they dared not speak. They are from the city, but they have no power. They will definitely pay the price for their bad mouths. Jun Chang smiled and glanced at the 2 of them and said lightly, "If you dare to humiliate my Tegu sect disciples behind their backs again, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." He waved his sleeves and led the disciples into the city. On the way, Zyuji's clenched fists gradually loosened, and he said, "Master, senior brother, thank you." Suzaomo came over, put her hand on his shoulder, grinned and said, "We are all fellow disciples. It would be awkward to say thank you." Zyuji smiled. This was the first time he smiled since he was signed up for the sect competition, and his smile was very bright. "It doesn't matter if the people in Liang City look down on me. I have a master and a group of senior brothers. They have never disliked me, and that's enough." Passing through the dark city gate, when the sun appeared in the field of vision, the decadence that seemed to be born in Zyrozuji and the haze in his heart weakened a lot. The boy with the short head just now was so fast. When he attacked, he didn't use any spiritual power at all. He shouldn't be so fast. Is that man a disciple of the Tegu sect? In my opinion, he may be the top disciple in the sect. Could he be the first genius of Qingyang City? Yes, the genius of Qingyang City joined the Tegu sect. If it is him, it is understandable. Jun Changxiao led his disciples into the city, and the warriors at the city gate started to discuss it and mistook Suzaomo for Li Qingyang, the first genius of Qingyang City. Among the group of people rushing from the official road, the boy in the grey gown smiled and said, I hope to meet him in the competition. The old man next to him said, Henna, the boy just now is agile and must be extraordinary. Don't underestimate him when you meet him in the sect competition. I know. The boy named Henna responded impatiently. Elder, the Tegu sect only has one Li Qingyang. How much courage does it take to send disciples to participate in the competition? A boy joked. The old man was more cautious and said in a deep voice, if you dare to come to participate in the sect competition, you must be capable. If you meet that kid just now, you must be very serious. Yes, several disciples said. However, these people did not know that the short one was called Suzaomo and was not the first genius in Qingyang City. The sect competition will be held the day after tomorrow. Jun Changxiao led 5 disciples to find an inn to stay first, but walking on the street, because of Zyrozuji, they attracted a lot of attention. Words such as waste and Zyro family direct lineage are often on the lips of people who talk about it, and some warriors have strong disdain and contempt in their eyes. Zuji, Jun Changxiao said with a smile, don't care about their eyes, because they are just a group of followers. When they see your strength, they will wag their tails and kneel down to lick you. Zyrozuji said in a firm tone, Master, I will use my strength to make them kneel down and lick you. Master, junior brother, don't insult dogs. Suzaomo said. Jun Changxiao said, dogs guard the house and are loyal. They are good friends of us humans and should not be insulted. The warriors who were talking behind the back heard this, and their eyes suddenly became angry. Suzaomo glanced at them and said with a smile, Master, I like it most when some people can't stand me but can't get rid of me, like they ate a fly. Jun Changxiao said, it should be that they ate shit. Shit? Suzaomo really didn't understand. Li Qingyang didn't understand either, but judging from the master's tone, shit must not be a good thing. Jun Changxiao and Suzaomo sang the same tune, making those warriors who kept saying that Zyrozuji was a waste very angry, but there was a rule in the city that no private fighting was allowed. Fortunately, there was a rule, otherwise with Master Jun's temper, he would have taken his disciples to beat people up. Soon, the group stopped in front of an inn. Just as they were about to go in, a yo-yo sound came from behind, and a man in brocade clothes came over surrounded by servants. Bei-Jun. Zyrozuji's eyes darkened. Bei-Jun? Jun Chang smiled and said with a twitch of his mouth, isn't it mean to be a group? This name is similar to AI Zhao of the previous AI family. The young man in brocade clothes named Bei-Jun came over and said, yo-yo, isn't this a genius that Qingyang County rarely sees in 1,000 years? I haven't seen him for a few years, and he is even more majestic. Master, let's go in. Li Qingyang was too lazy to pay attention to him. Bei-Jun said, yo-yo, old friends meet, don't you want to chat for a few words and leave? Suzaomo scratched his head and said, Master, this person keeps yo-yoing, is he sick? Jun Chang smiled and said, maybe. As he said that, he led 5 disciples into the inn. Bei-Jun outside said again, Zyro genius, this young master is also participating in the sect competition. If we meet then, we must have a good exchange. Who is that person? Jun Chang smiled. Zyrozuji said, 5 years ago, the direct descendant of the Bei family in the city molested a girl in broad daylight and was beaten up by me. Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said, I get annoyed when I hear that fart-like catchphrase. If I meet him in a sect competition, I will torture him to death and torture his parents so hard that they can't let him go. Yes. P.S. Thanks to users Bili, Guren Wuing, Humheng, Diao Zanhua for the rewards. I will continue to update 3 more chapters today. Readers who have recommendation tickets, please vote. Chapter 66. Your brother will always be your brother. Because Ziozuji was in the city, he was likely to be looked down upon and ridiculed, so Jun Changxiao ordered him to rest after he settled down in the inn. Lu Kai and Qian, Li Qingyang and others did not leave the inn either. They practiced in their rooms, adjusted their states, and prepared for the postnatal martial arts competition. Jun Changxiao was bored and went to the martial arts market to buy medicinal materials. As a result, he found several first-grade healing pills, but the others were not collected. Hey, mass production is a bit difficult. He hoped to refine enough key-gathering pills, body-shaping pills, and cyclone pills to provide cultivation resources for himself and his disciples. He is the head of the Tegu sect. He looks quite young, but unfortunately he has a problem with his brain, and insisted on bringing his disciples to participate in the martial arts competition. It's not surprising that there are cannon fodder sects in every session. There are many disciples participating in this competition, and most of them have a cultivation level of more than 10th stage of opening meridians. For a 9th rate sect like his, I'm afraid he will be eliminated in the first round. Without Ziozuji following him, Jun Changxiao sadly became the object of ridicule and discussion by warriors and passers-by. A waste, a low-ranking sect. If he could walk down the street and still be looked at with envy by others, that would be really weird. Jun Changxiao ignored it, wandered around the market for a while, and then returned to the inn. He did not come out with 5 disciples until the day of the sect competition the day after tomorrow. At this moment, the sky was just getting light, and the streets were already crowded with people. The sect competition held every 2 years was a grand event in Qingyang County, and many foreign warriors came 3 or 5 days earlier. The people from the Tegu sect are coming out. TSK, they are wearing bright clothes. I hope they can still look good when the competition starts. Ziozuji has no spiritual power at all. He will definitely be tortured if he goes on stage to compete with other disciples. And that girl doesn't seem to have any spiritual power either. Are you sure you are not kidding by sending such a disciple to fight? It's just a 9th rate sect. They are lucky to send Li Qingyang. How can you expect them to send out any decent disciples? Facing the whispers and disdain of the crowd, Jun Changxiao turned a deaf ear and led his disciples to the venue. Although he seemed calm, he was actually furious. He wanted to take an axe and shoot all these chattering guys. Li Qingyang, Suzaomo and Shanqi were also angry, and they could only vent their anger when the sect competition came. South of the city, the place for the sect competition. When Jun Changxiao came to register, it was still a spacious martial arts arena, but now a wall has been built around it to form a circle, a bit like the Roman Colosseum. At the entrance of the venue, martial artists from various factions gathered, and the middle-aged man who had been writing was reviewing the bamboo cards one by one. When Jun Changxiao came over, he caught it with his peripheral vision, and immediately said with a fake smile, "Oh, the leader of the Tegu faction is here." It seemed like a greeting, but in fact it was a reminder to the martial artists of various factions. Sure enough, as soon as the voice ended, the senior leaders of various factions standing outside the entrance of the venue turned their heads to look over. Although these people had smiles on their faces, their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Those who came to participate in the sect competition were all from the 8th rate sects, so they naturally looked down on the Tegu faction, which was only the 9th rate. Jun Changxiao didn't care that they looked up to him. He brought his disciples to the entrance and handed the bamboo card representing his disciples' identity to the middle-aged man who was writing. The senior leaders of various factions deliberately kept a certain distance from him, as if they were afraid of being tainted by bad luck. "Brother, isn't the Tegu sect a 9th rate sect? Why are you here to participate in the sect competition? Maybe you're looking for excitement. Haha, I think you're looking for death." Disciples from various sects also couldn't see the Tegu sect clearly from the bottom of their hearts. There was nothing they could do, because the sect was of a low level. If it were a 7th rate sect or above, they would have come here to kowtow and lick their asses. After the identity verification with the bamboo card, Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "Let's go." Zyrozuji didn't leave, but stood at the entrance of the venue, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his eyes glowing with anger, staring at another entrance. Jun Changxiao and others noticed it, and followed his gaze, and saw a slender young man in blue clothes walking in front of them. Cousin Zuji. He greeted him, but the smile on his face was very hypocritical, especially the hint of pride in his eyes. It's Zyro Linai, the most outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Zyro family. I heard that a few months ago, he was accepted as a personal disciple by the great elder of the 6th-rate sect Juayan Valley. Could it be that Juayan Valley also sent disciples to participate in the sect competition? Everyone whispered. Zyro Linai? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, if the word dragon is added, the 4 strongest surnames of the protagonist in the novel will all be occupied by this kid. Zyrozuji said, I'm no longer a member of the Zyro family, and the word cousin cannot bear it. Zyro Linai smiled and said, if cousin Zuji had not opened my meridians back then, my cousin would not have been favored by Juayan Valley, and I would not have achieved what I have today. So whether you are expelled or not, you will always be my cousin in my heart. Jun Changxiao did not see any gratitude in his eyes, but a hint of teasing. Master, let's go. Zyrozuji did not want to have too much interaction with the people of the Zyro family, so he turned around and was about to leave. Zyro Linai blocked the way and whispered, cousin, the facts have proved that it was a mistake for the family to devote all its efforts to training you. I, Zyro Linai, am the future of the Zyro family. Zyrozuji lowered his head, his heart aching. He, Zyro Linai, his cousin whom he once took good care of, and he even used his weak spiritual power to help him open his meridians. Their relationship was better than that of brothers. However, after his spiritual root cultivation regressed, he was the one who mocked and humiliated him the most. Cousin. Zyro Linai smiled and said, remember, I once said that one day, I would surpass you and become stronger. Now it has come true. And you? The smile on his face became even more intense, and it was ferocious, like a madman. Jun Changxiao frowned. It was not easy to cultivate confidence for his disciples, and you are looking for trouble here? Do you believe that I will shoot you with a gun right now? At this moment, Zyrozuji, who was lowering his head, laughed, and his shoulders were shaking with laughter. What are you laughing at, cousin? Zyro Linai said. Zyrozuji raised his head, with a smile on his angular face, and said, I'm laughing at your childishness, and taking yourself too seriously. Zyro Linai's eyes showed a trace of anger. Zyrozuji patted his shoulder and said proudly, Linai, remember, your brother will always be your brother, even if he has no spiritual roots, even if he has no cultivation, you can't surpass him. As he said that, he strode into the venue. Jun Changxiao led his disciples over and deliberately stopped in front of Zyro Linai, saying with a smile, did you hear that? Your brother said that you will live in his shadow for the rest of your life. Damn it. Zyro Linai's face was ferocious, and he shouted, Zyrozuji, in this sect competition, I will let you, the Zyro family, and everyone know that I, Zyro Linai, will not yield to anyone. Dream on. Zyrozuji's voice came. Jun Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. He was quite worried at first that Zyrozuji's self-esteem would be hit by that guy, but in fact, he was worrying too much. The venue is similar to a gladiatorial arena, with many fighting platforms in the central area, and viewing platforms around it, which can accommodate 200,000 people. When the various factions entered the venue one after another, the viewing platforms were already full, and all the warriors were looking forward to the upcoming sect competition. After Jun Changxiao led his disciples in, they were placed in the waiting area, where there were senior leaders, and participating disciples from various factions, with a total number of about 100 people. Of course. After entering, there was no shortage of rolling eyes. This is just one of the waiting areas, and there are 3 others in different directions. The leaders of each sect please go to the viewing platform, and the participating disciples stay and wait for the first round of grouping. A middle-aged man came over and said. Jun Changxiao glanced at the 5 disciples and encouraged them, don't let the noise outside the venue disturb your emotions, play your best, and don't give up easily. Yes. Li Qingyang and others nodded. Jun Changxiao left the waiting area and led them to the high platform with a wide view, where the fighting stage below was in full view. Master Jun. Just as he found a seat to sit down, a fat and big-eared elder of a certain sect next to him bowed and smiled. "If my disciples and your disciples meet in the first round, please forgive me if I hit them too hard." "Oh." Jun Changxiao responded. The leaders of the various sects on both sides whispered. They all hoped that they could meet the disciples of the Tegu sect in the first round, at least to guarantee victory. In short, the leaders of the various sects present regarded the disciples of the Tegu sect as stepping stones for their own disciples to advance to the second round. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair, interlaced his fingers, and seemed oblivious to the whispers of the crowd. The good show is about to begin. P.S. The group number is announced. 702,705,427. Everyone is welcome to come and communicate. Thanks to, you have stars in your eyes. 159 asterisk 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 33. Love words become sorrow. Aha. Passaby. 185 asterisk 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 07 for the rewards. Please vote. Chapter 67. He was knocked out by mistake. Not long after, more than 200 participating disciples entered the venue from 4 exits and gathered in different areas. When they stopped and stood, many warriors on the viewing platform shouted heart-wrenchingly for their idols. Nowadays, who doesn't have fans if they are a famous outstanding disciple? Ahem. The Lord of Liang City appeared on the central fighting stage, and the shouting gradually subsided. On behalf of Liang City, this lord welcomes outstanding disciples from all sects to participate in this sect competition. I also hope that all contestants can achieve good results in the next competition and win supreme glory for the sect. After some official words, the lord of the city began to call out the names. Earthblade Sect, Tangbolan. Here. Langai Villa, Qingmayanjin. Here. Iron Eagle Gang, Wangsatu. Here. Buxing Sect, Zhao. Here. Every time the Lord of Liang City called out the names, the relatives and friends of the disciples who were called out, and their fans on the viewing platform would shout and cheer loudly. Iron Bone Sect, Shine Key. Here. The viewing platform was completely silent, and then there was a burst of laughter. Shine Key. Is he the 7th child in the family, or a medicinal herb used to treat diseases? As expected of a 9th-rate sect, the names of the disciples going out to fight are so ridiculous. Even the contestants standing by and waiting for their names to be called looked down on him and even wondered why they would stand with such a vulgar person. Under the ridicule from the viewing platform and the contemptuous eyes of the nearby contestants, Shinki clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Brother, I want to hit someone." Li Qingyang said, "Hold it until the competition starts." Shinki took a deep breath to calm down, looked up at the high platform, and exchanged glances with the headmaster, and said in his heart, "Headmaster, I will not let you down." The roll call continued. When a well-known elite disciple of a sect was called, it immediately caused heated discussions, all kinds of praise and envy. Iron Bone School, Suzaomo. Here. Haha, that's a good name. It's a pity that he's too short, so he'll be cannon fodder when the game starts. People who are pleasing to the eye are pleasing to the eye, no matter how you look at them, and people who are disliked no matter how you look at them. The warriors on the viewing platform have this mentality. They despise the Iron Bone School from the bottom of their hearts, so they always find flaws from various angles. The cautious old man who came a step behind the city gate was surprised and said, "Isn't that person Li Qingyang?" He and his disciples always thought that Suzaomo was the #1 genius in Qingyang City. The old man frowned and said secretly, "It's not Li Qingyang, but his body movements are so agile. Could this 9th-rate Iron Bone School have hidden dragons and crouching tigers?" Iron Bone School, Li Qingyang. Here. The viewing platform suddenly became quiet. Everyone locked their eyes on the tall and straight Li Qingyang, praising him for being the #1 genius in Qingyang City, with an extraordinary demeanor. It's a pity that he was blind and joined the trash Iron Bone School. Ah. On the high platform, the fat-headed elder shook his head and said, such a good seedling. If he joined the Kangshan sect, he should have broken through to the martial arts apprentice by now. There are obviously better choices, but he insisted on joining the Jiu Liu sect, wasting such a good talent in vain. Other sects are tireless in teaching, but sect master Jun is tireless in destroying people. No one laughed at Li Qingyang, only regret, and was even more contemptuous of the sect master of the Tigu sect for recruiting such a genius. Jun Changxiao listened, but did not speak. What to say? Spray them? Argue with them? There is no point. The best way to make them shut up is for the disciples to prove it with their strength. The roll call continued. Not long after, when Zhao Zuji's name sounded, the viewing platform became quiet again. Many warriors raised their heads and looked at the high platform in the east, where several elders of the Zhao family were sitting, wanting to see the expressions on their faces. Crack. The elder crushed the cup and said coldly, a waste should not be here and should not be embarrassed. Jun Changxiao happened to be sitting on the high platform next to him. Seeing the old man's eyes flashing with anger and murderous intent, he touched his nose and said, are you from the Zhao family? The elder of the Zhao family seemed to have noticed and turned his head to look at him. The two looked at each other. Jun Changxiao smiled politely, then pointed at him, put it against his temple in a pistol posture, and opened his mouth to snap. This was a warning to him not to have murderous intentions towards his own disciples, otherwise I would shoot you. Unfortunately, the great elder couldn't understand. Seeing him posing in a strange posture, he said disdainfully, no wonder he accepted that rubbish as his disciple. It turns out that this person has a problem with his brain. After a roll call, more than 200 participating disciples all arrived. The mayor of Liang City did not hesitate and immediately announced the rules of the competition. The rules are very simple. More than 200 people are divided into groups, and the opponents are decided by drawing lots. The winners advance, and the losers are eliminated. In order to avoid the encounter of disciples from the same sect, the contestants from each faction will be arranged in different areas for drawing lots. Lu Kai and Qian and the other 5 were divided into areas A, B, C, D, and E before going to each competition area. Li Qingyang said solemnly, senior sister, junior brother, the master is watching from above, we can't let him down. TSK. Lu Kai and Qian stepped into area A. Senior brother, I understand. Suzaomo and Shinki puffed out their chests and strode towards their own battle areas. Zhao Zuji stayed where he was, looked up at the high platform, and looked into the eyes of the master, and his eyes suddenly became more determined. At that moment, except for Lu Kai and Qian, who was very excited, the blood of the 4 disciples boiled, and they deeply understood that they were about to fight for their sects. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the high platform, leaned forward, rested his chin on the back of his hand, and said secretly, come on, my disciples. More than 200 disciples took their positions and began to draw lots, and then the person in charge of the battle zone announced it in public. The first round, the first game, Shan Qi of the Iron Bone Sect will fight against Sun Ke of the Daheng Sect. Oh my. The fat and big-eared elder of the Daheng Sect laughed and said, Master Jun, it's really unfortunate that my disciples met your disciples in the first round. Warriors from various sects cast envious eyes. If my disciples were drawn, it would be equivalent to being sent to the second round. Jun Changxiao said nothing. The drawing of lots continued, and hundreds of disciples were matched with opponents one after another. Except for Li Qingyang, the disciples of various sects who met Suzaomo and others as opponents all smiled, as if they had entered the second round in advance. The first round of the competition begins. Please come on stage. Shan Qi and Sun Ke walked onto the competition stage. They bowed politely, marking the start of the first round of the first sect competition. The disciple of Dahengman seems to have opened his meridians at the 12th level. He will definitely be killed in seconds. There are many disciples who have opened their meridians at the 10th level in this sect competition. The disciples of Tigu sect have bad luck to meet a disciple of the 12th level in their first battle. Ha ha ha, with that kind of stuff, wouldn't it be bad luck to meet anyone like that? The warriors discussed privately and laughed continuously. The elder of Dahengman was also laughing, and said, "Master Jun, my disciples are a little impatient, and sometimes they don't use the right amount of force. If I hurt your disciples, please forgive me." "Oh." Jun Chang smiled and responded. "Begin." The referee's voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, Shanqi on the competition stage rushed over and punched Sun K in the abdomen, knocking him out directly. This Dahenman disciple did have a bit of an impatient temper, but when the match started, before he could get rid of his impatience, he was already lying outside the arena howling. The fat of the Dahenman elder suddenly solidified, and his small eyes widened into big eyes. Jun Changxiao said lightly, "Weak." Shanqi on the arena retracted his fist, scratched his head and said, "I didn't control my strength well, and I accidentally knocked him out." Chapter 68, going forward in parallel, and blossoming in all aspects. The first match of the first round started, and then, well, it ended. The time taken, if counted from the time the referee shouted, was about 1 or 2 seconds. When the impatient Sun K fell outside the court, holding his stomach, and howling in pain, all the audience and the elders of Dahenman stared wide-eyed. Before the competition began, they thought about how Sun K would beat Shanqi wildly, and how the disciples of Tegu sect would scream. What about now? Is it that their way of watching the competition is wrong? Many warriors rubbed their eyes subconsciously, and when they saw that the contestant lying on the ground was indeed a disciple of Dahenman, their expression suddenly became wonderful. It's not their fault that they felt dizzy, because they didn't expect that the disciples of Tegu would act quickly and quickly get rid of their opponents. The referee was stunned for a while, and immediately announced, the first match of the first round, the winner is Shanqi. Li Qingyang shook his head and smiled. "Brother Shan, are you relieved?" Shanqi, who was ridiculed by everyone, and despised by others, was very angry, and knocked his opponent away. Now he feels relieved. "Aha." Suzuomo half crouched on the small platform, stretched and said, "When can I play?" Jun Changxiao looked at the fat man next to him who was confused, and said with a bow, "Sorry, my disciples have a more impatient temper, and I don't want to waste time with your trash." The elder of Dahenman flushed, as if he had eaten kang, or eaten shit. Shanqi was the first to fight on behalf of the sect, and he defeated Sun K in the fastest time, which surprised everyone. But it was just surprise. Many warriors believed that the disciples of Dahenman underestimated the enemy, so they were taken advantage of by the opponent and knocked down. Such a weak opponent will lose, and the opportunity to advance to the second round will be wasted in vain. By the way, that kid is quite fast, but it's a pity that he is only fast. He will definitely lose if he meets me. Many contestants did not look up to Shanqi because of his victory. At best, he took advantage of his agility. First round, second game, Li He vs. Tilang. The referee shouted in another battle zone. There are 6 arenas, and 6 elimination matches will be held at the same time. However, before other battle zones could shout, Shanqi had already finished the fight. The third match of the first round, Zhaoyang vs. He Ren. The fourth match of the first round. The fifth match of the first round. Several referees shouted one after another, and the 10 challengers on the 5 arenas began to fight, competing for the qualification to enter the next round. Because the opponents were determined by random draws, contestants with a large gap in strength would meet, so the process was very simple, and the 5 battles ended not long after. The winner advances, and the loser leaves. Then another 12 contestants boarded the 6 arenas one after another to start fighting, and the warriors on the viewing platform all cheered for their rivals. Jun Changxiao yawned and leaned back on the chair to take a nap. After a long time, the referee shouted the 20th match of the first round, Li Qingyang vs. Hu Yao, and then opened his eyes and looked at the arena. "Begin." Bang, the referee's voice had just sounded, and before the last word had even ended, the contestant named Hu Yao was punched down by Li Qingyang. Even the punching posture was the same as Shanqi's. Jun Changxiao was not surprised that the second disciple won in seconds. After all, his talent and strength were there. "Thank you." Li Qingyang closed his fist and bowed. The referee's mouth twitched, and he announced in public, the winner of the first round, the second game, is Li Qingyang. As expected of the first genius of Qingyang City, he is really strong. I guess he didn't use his full strength at all. This is only the first round, and the opponents he met are not strong, so he must have some reservations. The spectators talked about it. They both won in seconds, but Shanqi was despised by them, while Li Qingyang, who was known as the first genius of Qingyang City, was praised. It really is true that talent and status determine treatment. The martial arts competition continued, and the contestants worked hard to advance to the second round. Some won easily, while others fought evenly. Until the first round, the 32nd match, Suzaomo, who represented the Iron Bone School, took the stage. His opponent was named Songhe, and his strength was at the 11th level of Kame. In every martial arts competition, most of the champions were martial artists, so Kame 11th level was considered to be an upper middle level. Boy. Songhe clenched his fist and smiled. If you know what's good for you, jump down quickly and take the initiative. This way you won't waste time and you won't be abused. Really? Suzaomo narrowed his eyes and smiled. The referee said, begin. Swish. Songhe seemed to be in a hurry and rushed over first. 11 circles of light flashed on his right fist and wrist, pouring spiritual power into his fist, bringing gusts of wind. It's over. Poor guy. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, Suzaomo dodged like a rabbit. His two short legs stepped up at a high frequency, went around behind Songhe, and punched him directly on the waist with his fists. Hiss. Songhe sucked in a breath of cold air. Go. Suzaomo took advantage of the situation, and flew into the air. His right foot swept over with the sound of wind, directly sweeping the opponent's right face, and the person flew out with a bang. Tap. He landed gracefully and clapped his hands, saying, so weak. Seeing this, the warriors watching the fight widened their eyes again. If Shanqi won, because his opponent underestimated him, and Songhe, who attacked first, was beaten down, it would be hard for them to accept it. The cautious old man was secretly shocked and said, this kid is just like Shanqi's disciple. He didn't use spiritual power to attack, but kicked away the 11th level of Kame. How strong must his power be? The winner of the 32nd match of the first round is Suzaomo. The referee announced loudly. Jun Changxiao was all smiles. 3 of the 5 disciples had advanced. Next, Liu Qian and Zhao Zuji would win. No matter what the result was, the epic mission would not be considered a failure. Bang, bang. The 6 fighting stages were filled with the sound of fighting. Not long after, Liu Qian took the stage. Her appearance immediately attracted a lot of male attention. After all, she was extremely beautiful and attractive wherever she went. The contestant named Jiang Li came on stage and scratched his head and said, it's a bit embarrassing to fight with a woman. Liu Qian said lightly, rubbish. Begin. The referee said. Jiang Li was still thinking about how he could defeat the girl gracefully when he felt his body floating up, then floating out of the field, and suddenly fell backwards. With a plop, he fell to the ground with his 4 feet. Liu Qian stood still, gently retracted her jade hand, and looked at the referee. The referee came to his senses and hurriedly announced, the first round, the 50th match, the winner is Liu Qian. The viewing platform was silent. Everyone looked at Liu Qian with a dull look on their faces as she walked down. With a wave of her hand, she pushed the person off the stage. She definitely used her spiritual power. It turns out that she is not without spiritual power, but has been hiding it and has not been discovered by everyone. My god, she pushed a contestant with a 12th stage of opening meridians off lightly. Her spiritual power is too strong. Everyone was amazed. The contestants in other battle zones who were aiming to win the championship looked at Liu Qian and said vigilantly, strong enemy. The first round, the 51st match, Zhao Zuji vs. Wang Lai. Suddenly, the referee's voice sounded. The warriors who were originally watching other battle zones locked their eyes on Zhao Zuji, who came on stage, and laughed at the corners of their mouths. This waste finally appeared. It is really a blessing to be his opponent. Tread. Zhao Zuji stepped onto the stage, and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the ridicule and discussion from all sides. He remembered what the headmaster said before he left, not to be disturbed by the noise outside the venue. Wang Lai stepped onto the stage and grinned. I never thought that I, Wang Lai, would one day fight with a genius. That is rare in 1,000 years. It is such an honor. Begin. The referee said. Swish. Wang Lai took the initiative and came with big strides, clasping his hands and hitting him with his elbow. The spiritual power burst out, ruffling Xiao Zuji's black hair. Bang! The elbow hit him squarely on the shoulder, and the ground rolled up a wave of air, blowing away the dust scattered on the ground. Haha, that rubbish didn't even have a chance to hide before he was hit. Previously, the disciples of the Tigu sect beat others in seconds, and this time it's finally the turn of our own disciples to be killed in seconds. Everyone laughed. Gradually, the smiles faded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the stage, Xiao Zuji, who was hit by the elbow carrying 1,000 pounds of force, stood still without falling, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? Wang Lai was surprised. Xiao Zuji grabbed his arm and said, your strength is far inferior to that of the shaping room. With a sudden swing, Wang Lai lost control of his body and flew out of the venue, then fell to the ground with a thump. The venue suddenly became silent. Thanks to, on the road, Shelf Life of Love, Life Reward, Kyan Long, Pasabi and Su Ren for the rewards. 2 days of the weekend. Please recommend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. The Heart is Shattered. Shinki won in seconds, and the spectators accepted it. Suzuomo won, and the spectators also accepted it. But Xiao Zuji, who was regarded as a waste, first took Wang Lai's elbow, and then easily threw him out with just one hand. This is a bit ridiculous. One stood on the stage, and the other fell down on the stage. It was very real, not nonsense. Can I announce it? Xiao Zuji looked at the referee. The referee came to his senses and immediately announced, the first round, the 51st match. The winner is Xiao Zuji. The loud voice spread in the venue, pulling the dazed fighters back to reality. Their eyes were full of disbelief. What a joke. How can a guy with low qualifications and no cultivation defeat Wang Lai, who has opened his meridians for 9 stages? The sun is rising from the west. Did he use some shameful means? Amid the doubts of the crowd, Xiao Zuji walked down the arena, looked up at Jun Changxiao on the high platform, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Master, the disciple did not let you down. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. Xiao Zuji's performance was within his expectations. After all, he had gone through crazy tempering and shed countless sweat in more than 10 days. This victory was what he deserved. Ding. 5 disciples advanced to the second round. The epic task completion rate was 10%, and the host received 20 contribution points. Ding. School contribution value 62/500. Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, is it rewarded now? The system said, 5 disciples advanced to the second round, which was higher than the task failure, and was judged to be initially completed. The minimum limit, so there will be a fixed reward. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, if they all enter the third round, will the completion rate be improved, and there will be rewards? Yes. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, this epic task is quite interesting. Suddenly, his peripheral vision swept to the Xiao family elder next to him, and saw that guy staring at Xiao Zuji, and the murderous intent in his eyes was stronger than before. Jun Changxiao frowned, and thought to himself, dangerous old fellow. Great elder, how could that guy possibly defeat a contestant with the 9th stage of Kame? An elder of the Xiao family said in disbelief. Humph. The great elder said coldly, this rubbish should have tempered his body. As expected of one of the strongest men of the Xiao family, Xiao Zuji's strong body can be seen from the fact that he resisted the elbow attack and threw Wang Lai away. An elder next to him said disdainfully, the human body has its limits. He won by chance this time. If he enters the next round and meets a stronger opponent, he will still lose. The great elder was silent, but he was furious. He was upset before, because Xiao Zuji came to participate in the sect competition, and brought shame to the Xiao family. He is upset now, because he actually advanced to the second round. Jun Changxiao had been keeping an eye on the Xiao family elder. Seeing his eyes change and filled with murderous intent, he murmured, "If Zuji makes it through all the levels, will this old man be mad to death?" It's hard to say whether he will be mad to death, but it's certain that if Xiao Zuji performs very well, it will only deepen the other party's murderous intent and even make him do irrational things. For example, suddenly rush down and kill him. No, Jun Changxiao said, "We must take precautions before it happens." He took out the modified Desert Eagle, loaded the bullet with a snap, and removed the baffle at the hammer. He raised his hand, raised his thumb, closed one eye, and measured the distance between himself and the Xiao family elder, saying, "I estimate it's about 50 meters within the range." Jun Changxiao crossed his legs and put his gun hand on the armrest. Although he looked at the arena, he also kept an eye on the Xiao family elder from time to time. Is this guy too cautious? It's right to be cautious. What if that old guy gets angry and kills Xiao Zuji regardless of the sect competition? If he takes out his gun again, he will be too late to reach Siberia. Huh? The elder of Dahenman asked in surprise. "Master Jun, what are you holding in your hand?" "Toys." Jun Chang laughed. The fat on the face of the elder of Dahenman trembled, and he thought to himself, as the leader of a sect, he is still holding toys. It's really disgusting. Xiao Zuji walked into the winner's zone. He happened to look at Xiao Linai in another battle zone, and saw a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Zuji ignored him, and closed his eyes, to rest after entering the winner's zone. The contestants who advanced first also cast surprised eyes, and it was obvious that they could not accept the fact that he defeated Wang Lai. It was also difficult to accept the direct descendants of the Xiao family on the viewing platform. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. After all, they came here this time to see Xiao Zuji laugh, but he easily advanced, and he defeated a 9th level Kame. The highest cultivation level of these young descendants of the Xiao family present here is no more than the 7th level of opening meridians. It is definitely a painful blow for a person who is considered a waste to defeat an opponent that they cannot defeat. Looking back to the past, these descendants of the Xiao family followed behind and called him cousin, calling him closer than their own brothers, and even often flattering him to ask for martial arts advice. Later, when Xiao Zuji was no longer in the limelight, they changed their faces, avoiding him and kicking him when he was down. Therefore, the descendants of the Xiao family naturally do not want the guys who have become waste to be stronger than themselves, because this will hurt their fragile hearts. They don't want to see it, but they have seen it. The waste they think defeated Kame Jiodwen in full view of the public. What is this called? Slap in the face? No. This is called stabbing them in the heart with a knife, stabbing their hearts to pieces. Slapping in the face doesn't hurt the face, but now they are in pain. The first round of fighting is still going on, and the promoted warriors sit cross-legged to adjust their breathing and restore their consumed spiritual power. The 5 disciples of the Tigu school did not have it, because they won without much effort, and as for Xiao Zuji, there is no need, because he has no spiritual power. Half an hour later, the first round of competitions was over, and 128 people advanced. According to the rules of the martial arts competition, they were redistributed to 4 battle zones, with a total of 32 contestants in each zone. Li Qingyang was assigned to Zone A, Su Xiaomo was assigned to Zone B, Lu Qian Qian was assigned to Zone C, and Xian Qi and Xiao Zuji were assigned to Zone D. After the division, each zone began to draw lots to determine the opponent. This was the final draw. The winners would compete in this order until the first place in the zone was equal to entering the semi-finals. Jun Changxiao murmured, "As long as they can win the first place in the battle zone, the epic task will be considered to have been completed in excess. The only entanglement is Zone D. If Shanqi and Xiao Zuji met in advance, it would be a bit troublesome." Fortunately, after the draw in Zone D, the two had a number 2 card and a number 31 card, and they fought 2-1. Meeting each other was also a matter of the finals of the battle zone. The first game of the second round, Chen Chang vs. He Wei, said the referee of Zone A at the same time. The referee's voice rang out in the other 3 battle zones. 8 contestants came on stage. After they bowed to each other, the second round officially began. Shinki held the number 2 card and stepped onto the D-Zone's fighting stage. His opponent held the number 1 card, named Yuidashi, a contestant with the 12th level of Kame cultivation. "Begin," said the referee. Yuidashi, who had seen the previous fight, knew about Shinki's speed. He immediately took the initiative and rushed over, approaching in an instant, launching an impenetrable attack. PS. The last day of the weekend. Please vote. Thanks to Adorablometer 187 ******* 99 for the reward. Please vote on Sunday. Chapter 70. A genius is a genius after all. Bang, bang. The spiritual power on the fighting stage spread, and the palm print appeared. This is the mysterious palm method. Once it is used, it will form an airtight fist print, said an older warrior. All martial arts have been used. That Tegu school disciple will definitely lose. However, despite Yuidashi's frequent attacks, Shinki remained calm and used both his hands and feet to resist the opponent's palm prints from different directions. The higher level warriors on the stands were more and more surprised and shocked because the Tegu school disciple, although caught in the opponent's attack rhythm, never used spiritual power. The strength of each palm of the Kingling school disciple is at least around 1500. How can he resist it without using spiritual power to protect his body? This is too exaggerated. Who? At this moment, Shinki blocked the opponent's palm method and took a step back. 10 light circles flashed on his right fist, and spiritual power poured into his fist, suddenly passing through layers of palm prints and hitting the opponent's chest. Fast, fierce, and accurate. Thump, thump, thump. Yuidashi was hit and retreated violently. Finally, he fell off the fighting stage. After he stabilized himself in a panic, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The referee said, "Second round, 4th match, the winner is Shinki." Again, won again. That guy has only 10 halos on his wrist. Can he hit Kame 12 sections that far with one punch? While the warriors on the spectator stage were stunned, Shinki had already walked off the stage. This time, he took the challenge first and then defeated his opponent. He used his strength to tell some idiots that his victory in the last round was not a fluke. Hey. Jun Changxiao turned around and smiled. "Your previous disciple, it's not a loss to lose to my disciple, right?" The elder of Dahenman was speechless. At this time, he was not as active as before the competition. Because several disciples sent out were almost wiped out in the first round, now only one seedling was left and was assigned to the Ding area. HMPH. The elder of Dahenman said indifferently, "This is only the second round. There are many more fights to come. Don't be too happy too soon." Jun Changxiao shook his shoulders and glanced at the elder of the Xiao family intentionally or unintentionally and found that he was closing his eyes to cultivate. The contestants were still fighting. Judging from the fighting situation, it was obviously much more exciting than the first round. Many people showed their martial arts. In this regard, the Tegu school was inferior, because the head of the Jun family only carried out devilish training and did not pass on decent martial arts to the disciples. In his words, from the Kame stage to the martial arts level, as long as the strength is strong enough, except for high level martial arts, it is just icing on the cake. In fact, there is no good martial arts for the disciples. The second round, the 10th game, Zhang He vs. Li Qingyang. Start. Bang. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Zhang He was knocked off the fighting stage by Li Qingyang. The second round, the 10th game, the winner is Li Qingyang. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Round 2, match 26, Suzaomo vs. Lin Feng. Begin. Swish, swish, swish. Suzaomo, who was agile, stepped out and instantly circled around her opponent. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, she poured spiritual power into her right leg and kicked him on the butt, kicking him out of the arena. Round 2, match 26, winner Suzaomo. Everyone's mouths continued to twitch. Round 2, match 42, Tian vs. Lu Qian. Begin. Plop. The contestant named Tian was just like Hu Yao. At the beginning, Lu Qian gently waved her hand and pushed him off the stage with spiritual power. The audience couldn't stand it. Brother, sister, this is the second round after all. The advanced contestants have some ability. You, the Tegu sect, are fighting quickly. Can you give your opponent some respect? Respect is not given, but earned by yourself. Just like Jun Changxiao, when faced with others' humiliation of the sect, he never asks for respect, because he will fight for it. Although the head of the sect cannot participate in this competition, Luke, Iron Kian and the other 4 are representing themselves, and the entire Tegu sect to show respect. The competition continues, until the 64th match, Xiaozuji vs. Huarang. Here he comes. Huarang of the King Gang is a 12th level open meridian master. He will definitely beat that guy. As expected, after the match started, Huarang integrated his spiritual power into his palm, to form a palm knife, and launched a fierce attack on Xiaozuji. Bang, bang, bang. The palm knife was like a shadow, attacking the shoulders, chest, arms, and abdomen crazily. However, no matter how Huarang attacked, Xiaozuji always stood still without any pain. How is it possible? How strong must the body be, to be able to stand like a wooden stake and be beaten? The audience was dumbfounded. Damn it. Huarang was furious, raised his palm knife, and hit Xiaozuji's neck hard. In the process, spiritual power poured into his palm, and his strength rose steadily. Snap. Just at this moment, Xiaozuji blocked his palm in front of him, caught his palm knife, and said lightly, "It's just a competition. Why do you have to be so heavy-handed?" His hand was like a clamp, tightly clasping the opponent's wrist, making it difficult for the opponent to break free. Pinch the key channel. The contestant was too anxious and too careless. Many masters saw the door. Xiaozuji had no spiritual roots and no cultivation, and was like a waste. But please don't forget that he was once an amazing genius. His strength can decline, but his innate fighting consciousness will not be strangled. It seems like a wooden stake being hit back and forth, but in fact it is looking for a flaw, and finally seized the opportunity to unexpectedly clasp Huarang's key channel. A textbook level counterattack. Unfortunately, many martial artists watching the battle will not care. They cheered for Huarang in their hearts, hoping that the opponent would fight back, and the strongest among the Xiao family's direct descendants. His key channels were sealed. He was weak and powerless. Was it possible to fight back? Swish. Xiaozuji held Huarang's pulse, dragged him step by step to the edge of the arena, and then lifted him up, and moved him outside the arena. He kicked him in the stomach, and the hand holding the key channel loosened, and Huarang flew out, and fell to the ground, grinning and holding his stomach and rolling around. Jun Chang smiled and said, "This kick is very heavy." For a long time, the referee announced, the 64th match of the second round. The winner is Xiaozuji. Ding. 5 disciples advance to the third round. The epic mission completion rate is 20%, and the host obtains 20 contribution points. Ding. School contribution value 82 over 500. Jun Chang smiled secretly and said, another 20 points were given. If the completion rate is 100%, you can get 200 contribution points. It is indeed an epic mission, and the reward is generous. Xiaozuji returned to the winner's area. The warriors on the viewing platform closed their mouths and chose silence. Laughing no longer exists. The faces of the Xiao family's direct descendants were as ugly as if they had eaten shit, and their fragile hearts were also pierced with holes. The expelled Xiao family's direct descendants have no spiritual power, but they can rely on their physical bodies to defeat the 12th stage of opening meridians. To be able to withstand Huarang's crazy attack and remain unharmed, what kind of horrible physical training has he experienced over the years? A genius is worthy of being a genius. Even if he has no spiritual roots, he can still find other ways to strengthen himself. The Xiao family expelled him. I'm afraid they have regretted it now. Xiaozuji's performance was unanimously praised by the top leaders of various factions. The eldest elder of the Xiao family, who was on the high platform, had a red face like pig liver, and his eyes were completely covered with murderous intent. It was difficult for him to accept that the waste expelled from the family defeated the opponent one after another, and advanced to the third round. In the distance, Jun Changxiao gently raised his hand, intentionally or unintentionally pointed the gun at the eldest elder of the Xiao family, and secretly said, "Old man, don't mess around, otherwise I will shoot you." He does not allow anyone to hurt his disciples, let alone the Xiao family, even the Yi family, the Lin family, and the Long family. Chapter 71, Magic Modification, Eightfold Scope, Xiao Zuji 1. The second round of the competition was over. The total number of people in the 4 battle zones was only 64. After a short break, they entered the third round of competition. The contestants who could enter the next round were all at the 12th stage of opening meridians, so the battle would be more intense. But after the start, as long as the disciples of the Tigu school came on stage, it was not fierce at all, because Lu Kai and Qian and the other 4 dealt with their opponents very cleanly. Even Xiao Zuji relied on his physical body in the third competition. He went around behind his opponent, hugged his waist with both arms and suddenly lifted him up and threw him on the arch bridge, causing his head to fall to the ground and lose his combat effectiveness on the spot. Many masters gave him the evaluation of barbaric. "Oh my god," Suzuomo said in surprise, "is my junior brother's physical body so strong?" Li Qingyang said seriously, "Junior brother, he shapes it in the training room for 10 hours every day, and we are far behind. Xiao Zuji has such a strong physical body, and the muscle shaping room only accounts for half of the credit, and the other half is due to the first grade shaping pill. At this moment, every inch of his skin can be described as tempered by thousands of hammers." In just over 10 days, Jun Changxiao turned Xiao Zuji into a physical demon, who was not only durable, but also had strong explosive power. This was the result of training, and this was his own disciple. No spiritual power. No spiritual roots? Sorry, I can kill you, even if I stand and shoot, and make you doubt your life. Ding. 5 disciples advanced to the 4th round. The epic task completion rate was 30%, and the host obtained 20 contribution points. Ding. School contribution value. 102/500. Seeing that the contribution value on the panel exceeded 100 for the first time, Jun Changxiao's smile became even angrier. You can refresh them all to see if you can get good stuff. Ding. School contribution value. 92/500. Jun Changxiao pulled down the primary mall, and suddenly a new item appeared. However, when he saw the first product, named Magic Modification, 8x Scope, his mouth twitched and said, "There are still times on the gun." Click for details. Item, Magic Modification, 8x Scope. Introduction, telescopic sight, with magnification function, can see and identify distant targets clearly, suitable for long-distance precision shooting. Effect, can be installed on precision rifles and sniper rifles, and automatically lock the target within the aiming range after opening. Time limit, permanent. Disadvantages, after shooting with the scope, it needs to cool down for 1 hour. Price, 20 contribution points. Seeing the effect introduction, Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, "Opening the scope automatically locks the target. What's the difference between this and cheating?" The system said, "The host travels through the alien world and turns on the system, which is equivalent to cheating." This? Yes, you are right. Jun Changxiao said, "Why? Don't you recommend me to buy it?" The system said, "The 8-fold scope needs to be used with precision rifles and sniper rifles. The probability of this item being refreshed is very low, and the host is not recommended to buy it. You are quite conscientious." Jun Changxiao said, "Continue to watch the products, but sadly find that none of the refreshed products this time can help you. Well, luck is used up. Since it doesn't work, Jun Changxiao must pull it down, but it can't be pulled, no matter how hard he pulls." The system said, "Every time the mall is refreshed, the host must purchase at least 1 item before it can continue to refresh." Oh my god. Jun Changxiao said madly, "I spent 10 contribution points, none of which was useful. I have to force consumption to refresh. It's a bit too much." Although he said this, he was still thinking about it. What should he choose from so many fancy and useless products? Forget it, just buy the magic modified 8-fold scope. What if I'm lucky enough to get a sniper rifle? The chance of a sniper rifle being refreshed in the initial mall is only 1%. Please consider it carefully. What about the precision rifle? 5%. What about the magic modified 8-fold scope? 0.1%. Jun Changxiao widened his eyes and said, the chance of this thing being refreshed is even lower than that of a sniper rifle. There's no need to consider it. I must buy it. Without hesitation, he clicked buy. Ding. Host spent 20 contribution points to obtain a magic modification, 8x scope x1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. School contribution value 72/500. Jun Changxiao's mind moved, and he took out the 8x scope. He leaned over with one eye, and the distance seen suddenly became much closer, and even the sweat beads of the contestants on the stage could be seen clearly. Although it was not equipped with a gun and the locking function could not be activated, it was not bad to use it as a telescope. The elder of Dahenman came over and asked curiously, Master Jun, what is that long thick thing in your hand? Toy. Jun Chang replied casually. As soon as he said it, he was ashamed and thought to himself, he asked this, and I answered this way, which seems a bit dirty. The first match of the 4th round, Liu Qian vs. Zihongli. On the fighting stage, the referee called out the contestants of the first battle of the 4th round. Jun Chang smiled and aimed the 8-fold scope at the fighting stage, where Liu Qian was. With the view zoomed in, the woman's face was still flawless, which made him recite involuntarily, there is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One look can make the city fall, and another look can make the country fall. This is a short poem written by Li Yannian in the Han Dynasty, which is very appropriate to describe Liu Qian. Begin, said the referee. Zihongli obviously knew that Liu Qian's spiritual power was profound, so he hurriedly displayed his body skills. No need, because he was pushed down by the spiritual power like a wave, before he took a step. Martial arts apprentice. That woman is definitely a martial arts apprentice. Seeing the contestant with the 12th stage of Kame being pushed off the stage again, many higher-level martial artists had a rough guess about Liu Qian's cultivation. Jun Changxiao has been watching with an 8-fold mirror, and secretly affirmed, she has indeed entered the martial arts apprentice. Why is it already not originally a martial arts apprentice? It doesn't exist. Yu Jinjing can only be practiced in the Kame stage. Since the woman comprehended it, it means that she was still in the Kame stage at that time. The breath exuded by the later killing of the Earth Flame Wolf should not be weaker than Li Qingyang. So there is only one truth. Before Liu Qian started the devilish training, her real strength was the 12th stage of Kame. Master Jun, the elder of Dahenman, smiled and said, your sect's disciples are hidden. In my opinion, there is no suspense about winning the first place in District C. The masters of various sects also think so. After all, sweeping out the opponent 3 times in a row is enough to prove that the spiritual power is strong. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, I'm not interested in the first place in the battle zone. If I want to win, I will win the real first place. The elder of Dahenman shook his head and pointed to a young man in a grey gown in the B zone, saying, his name is Zhang Ling, a disciple of the 6th Flo Yingwu sect, with the strength of a martial arts apprentice, and one of the favorites to win this time. Oh. Jun Changxiao looked at him with an 8-fold mirror, and found that the guy was not very old, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and he was quite unruly. He is in the same battle zone with Xiao Mu. Judging from the number plate, we should meet in the battle zone finals. The elder of Dahenman pointed to Xiao Lanai and said, this is a direct descendant of the Xiao family, a disciple of the 6th Flo Juayan Valley, and also one of the favorites to win the championship. Fuck. Jun Changxiao only then realized that the direct descendant of the Xiao family was originally assigned to the D zone. At present, there are still 8 people in the D zone. Judging from the number plate, if he and Xiao Zuji advance to the next round, they will meet and compete for a place in the battle zone finals. Cousins are grouped together. What a fate. The 4th round, the 6th match, Benny Jian vs. Xiao Zuji. Jun Changxiao quickly turned his 8-fold state and saw the direct descendant of the Benny family with the fart-like catchphrase, who was at the door of the inn earlier walk up to the fighting stage. Damn it. It turns out that this guy's also in the Ding district. I get angry when I see him. Zuji, let me beat him up so hard that he has no desire to live. Chapter 72 Belly Giant Psychological Shadow. 4th round, 6th match. Zyrozuji walked onto the arena, and before he could even stand firmly, Belly Giant laughed and said, "Yo, Zyro the genius is really good. He can beat 3 contestants in a row." Hearing the word yo-yo, Jun Changxiao became even more furious. He wanted to rush over, kick him up into the sky, and set up a heavy machine gun to shoot him crazily. "You didn't," the system said inappropriately. Jun Changxiao collapsed on the chair, howling in his heart. "It's no use even thinking about it." Zyrozuji said nothing, clenched his fists, and said coldly, "The master said that he would beat him hard, and I won't be soft this time." "Yo-yo." Belly Giant grinned and said, "Your eyes are so scary. Do you still think you are the arrogant genius 5 years ago?" No. He changed his words and said, "Even if you are the genius 5 years ago, I, Belly Giant, am no longer the weakling who was beaten 5 years ago." When he mentioned the word beaten, his eyes flashed with anger, which showed that he was beaten when he was a child and had a psychological trauma, and he has never forgotten it. "Start," said the referee. "Who?" Belly Giant raised his hand. A cluster of flames appeared in his palm, and he smiled grimly. "Zyrozuji, you are just a flesh and blood body after all. Can you resist the flames?" Fire control technique. I didn't expect Belly Giant to be a fire warrior. Although Zyrozuji's body is strong, he will definitely be vulnerable to the fire attribute. Everyone discussed in surprise. It is very rare for warriors in the Zingayan continent to comprehend special attributes such as fire spirits and water spirits. The direct descendants of the Zyro family, who were originally like rotten grass, saw Belly Giant summon the flames, and stood up in unison, as if they were alive. Hahaha, under the flames, no matter how strong the body is, it will be burned. Humph, without spiritual power, it can't form spiritual power to protect the body. Even if the body is as strong as a martial artist, it is just a waste who gets beaten. I'm looking forward to it. Belly Giant will burn him all over the stage later. The Zyro family and the Belly family have a feud, but these Zyro family members are happy to see Zyrozuji being tortured by Belly Giant. Their psychology has been twisted to the extreme. Not only them. Several elders of the Zyro family also laughed. The eldest elder leaned back in his chair, and the anger and murderous intent in his eyes faded a lot. After all, that waste was about to be defeated, so why bother? A fire warrior. Jun Changxiao disdained to care. After all, he had the top grade fire seedling Lang Fire. Zyrozuji didn't take it seriously. Belly Giant didn't catch the fear he wanted from his eyes, and his anger rose immediately, and he waved his hand to hit the flame. Bang! Zyrozuji stepped forward and swung his right fist, hitting the flame directly, breaking it into flames, and annihilating it in the void. Fists, nothing happened. What? Many warriors on the viewing platform stood up in shock. That was the spiritual power of the flame. Not to mention the damage, just the scorching temperature. Using fists to resist will also burn. What about him? Not only did he break it, but he was not damaged at all. Unbelievable, unbelievable. A strong man exclaimed. A middle-aged man next to him said solemnly, "Could it be that the physical strength of this boy has reached the point where it is invulnerable to water and fire?" At this time, a close-up shot must be given to the elders and direct descendants of the Zyro family, because their expressions now look like they are eating shit again. Jun Changxiao said lightly, "With that little flame strength, you still want to hurt my disciple? It's ridiculous. Flames can burn everything, but when the physical body is extremely strong, without enough temperature, it's just an itch." Awesome, awesome. The elder of Dahenman gave a thumbs up. Without the blessing of spiritual power, it is impossible not to admire the flame spiritual power with pure physical fists. How is it possible? Belly Giant, who thought he could torture Zyrozuji with fire, was stunned when he saw the fireball being broken. Swish. Just at this moment, the fist wind came. When he came to his senses and subconsciously wanted to dodge, it was too late. He heard a bang, and was hit hard in the abdomen. His eyes bulged, and he bent down in pain. After Zyrozuji succeeded, his left fist hit Belly Giant's chin in a hook shape, and the whole person immediately flew off the ground. 2 punches, very heavy. Plop. Belly Giant fell to the ground. His face was hideous, intense pain spread in his body, and breathing became difficult. a strong man exclaimed. The power of those 2 punches is at least over 2,000 kilograms. Oh my god. Without any spiritual power, he can hit 2,000 kilograms with his physical body alone. How incredible. The explosive power of the physical body is often proportional to the defense. No wonder it is difficult for flames to hurt him. When Zyrozuji no longer deliberately concealed it, and when he really started to act ruthlessly, many strong men also had a comprehensive understanding of his explosive power. But, damn it, Benny Giant stood up while enduring the pain, and then he was hit in the face with a bang, staggering backwards with his body bent. Zyrozuji followed step by step and hit him on the back with his elbow, but he fell to the ground with a thump. The decisive 2-hit combo made the watching warriors twitch their mouths, and they felt the pain for Benny Giant. Zyrozuji rode on his back, pulled his hair, and said coldly, "Do you remember how I beat you when we were kids?" Benny Giant remembered. He was ridden like this and beat himself up on the street. For a long time, he lived in pain and planted the seeds of psychological shadows. Zyrozuji said with a cold look, "Back then, you bullied a girl and I beat you up and made you cry. Now I have nothing, but I can still make you cry." Swish. He swung his fist. This scene was very similar to the past. Benny Giant's fragile mind collapsed immediately, and he cried and begged for mercy. Don't hit me." One action triggered his memory, as if he was back to the time before he was beaten. This is the psychological shadow, and the area is still very large. Bang, bang. Zyrozuji punched down one punch after another, and the strength increased again and again. In a moment, the face of the cheap young man was covered with blood, and his head was swollen like a pig's head. His mother and his father would never recognize him. Zyrozuji grabbed one of Benny Giant's feet, pulled him to the edge of the arena, and then threw him down. Comfortable. Jun Changxiao leaned back in the chair with a smile on his face. However, the muzzle of the gun was always aimed at the eldest elder of the Zyro family, fearing that he would not be able to suppress his anger and kill. The 6th game of the 4th round, the winner is Zyrozuji. The referee's voice sounded, and the warriors who stood up on the viewing platform sat down, their eyes filled with deep shock. Benny Giant, who mastered the fire spirit power, was defeated by him. This was definitely something that he had never thought of before the competition began. The 7th match of the 4th round, Kinming vs. Zyrolinai. The next match started immediately. Zyrolinai walked towards the arena, and when he passed by Zyrozuji, he laughed softly. "Cousin, you are still so strong even without spiritual power and cultivation, which really makes me look at you with new eyes." Zyrozuji ignored him and walked into the winner's area. Zyrolinai, who was the aura of the surnames of the 3 powerful clans, defeated Kinming soon and came to the winner's area and laughed. "Cousin, the opponent in the next round is me." Zyrozuji closed his eyes and rested. The match was still going on. Li Qingyang and others who came on stage later defeated their opponents effortless and advanced to the top 4 in each battle area. Jun Changxiao spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's too easy." When he came, he was still thinking about the battles of each disciple. The difficulty might take 2 or 3 chapters to describe, but the result was a quick battle and a quick decision. The elder of Dahengmen collapsed in his chair, feeling hopeless, because the only remaining member of the sect was defeated by Shan Qi, and the entire army was completely annihilated. Thanks to him. Waiting will change, strange, and parting rewards. Please vote for recommendation in the new week. Chapter 73, Abuse of the Favorite. Ding. 5 disciples advance to the 5th round. The epic mission is 40% complete, and the host gets 20 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution value 92/500. Jun Chang smiled and said, "The 5th round is coming soon. Including the district finals, the semi-finals, and the finals, there are only 4 games. It seems that the disciples need to take the top 3 to reach 100% completion." The system said, "Not bad." Not long after, the 4th round of battle ended. Half of the 32 contestants were eliminated, and the other half advanced. The sect competition has entered a white-hot stage here, because the disciples of each sect who remain in the winner's zone are very strong. Many warriors are also wondering how many contestants will show their true strength next. After a short break, The referee shouted, the first game of the 5th round, Li Qingyang vs. Sun Haoshan. Swish, swish. Li Qingyang and Sun Haoshan took the stage one after another. The two of them bowed, and when the referee shouted to start, they instantly started fighting. This time the opponent was quite strong. Li Qingyang did not make a quick decision, but fought with him. Bang, bang. The sound of fists and kicks and spiritual power filled the air. The two fought very admirably, and the spectators were also enjoying it. Right. Didn't we come all the way here just to watch the duel of outstanding talents? What's the fun in always making a quick decision to resolve the battle? Bang, bang. In a short period of time, Sun Haoshan and Li Qingyang had exchanged more than 20 moves, but the more they fought, the more disappointed he became. Because that guy not only had spiritual power to protect his body, but also had a high physical strength. After fighting again and again, his arms were numb. Although Li Qingyang and Suzume were not as crazy as Zairozuji, they also spent 5 or 6 hours in the shaping room every day. Their physical strength must be high, otherwise how could they eliminate their opponents in quick battles again and again? Because Zairozuji did not open his meridians, he could only take the route of extreme physical strengthening. The three of them had comprehensive development of spiritual power and physical body. Bang. In the end, after fighting for dozens of rounds, Sun Haoshan could no longer hold on, and was blasted off the stage by Li Qingyang. The first match of the 5th round, the winner is Li Qingyang. The next player to fight was Lu Qianqian, and her opponent was still ruthlessly swept away. This woman did not go to the training room, but always practiced in the spiritual power array. In just a few days, a vast amount of spiritual energy gathered in the cyclone. Li Qingyang defeated his opponent by combining spiritual power and physical body, and she solved his opponent with pure spiritual power. Suzume and Shanqi, who appeared later, also relied on the dual burst of spiritual power and physical body to knock their opponents off the stage one by one. The battle process was slow and did not achieve a quick victory, but judging from the performance, all aspects were suppressed. What's more exciting is that many masters present could not accurately guess their true cultivation. These Tegu sect disciples haven't let go yet. Maybe the opponents are too weak, not enough for them to really burst out their cultivation. How can a 9th rate sect cultivate such excellent disciples? Many strong men were puzzled and looked at Jun Changxiao on the high platform. It was incredible that this rookie who seemed to be only at the Khmer level could cultivate young men with mediocre qualifications like Suzume and Shanqi. Too strong. So much pressure. The contestants who advanced all frowned when they saw Li Qingyang and others defeat their opponents effortless. At this time, if they still regarded the Tegu sect disciples as soft persimmons, they would be really stupid. The warriors on the viewing platform collapsed. The Tegu sect disciples advanced again and again, and they still thought that they might be the biggest dark horse in the sect competition. Now it seems that they are really strong. There is one disciple from each of the 3 battle zones who has entered the district finals. If they win any of them, it will be equivalent to setting a new record for the number of disciples from the 9 rank sects to enter the semi-finals. The opponents in the district finals must have reached the martial apprentice level, or even more than the first rank. No matter how strong they are, they will not advance. As everyone was discussing, the referee shouted, the 7th match of the 5th round, Zairolinai vs. Zairozuji. It's coming. Jun Changxiao's expression became solemn. Along the way, Zairozuji defeated opponents who were all in the Kame stage, which was not worth mentioning. The martial apprentice level Zairolinai is a real test. Let's start. Cousin Linyi has been practicing in Juayan Valley for the past few months. His strength must have improved significantly. That guy can wait to be abused. The Zairo family's direct descendants are alive again. Although Zairozuji was lucky to defeat his opponents one after another, which frustrated them, but when they met Zairolinai, it meant that their good luck was over. At this time, they are still comforting themselves with luck. This group of Zairo family's direct descendants are hopeless. HMPH. On the high platform, an elder of the Zairo family said coldly, although I won the first few rounds, meeting Linyi means it's over early. The Zairo family is very confident in Zairolinai. After all, he has already entered the martial arts apprenticeship and has practiced in Juayan Valley for several months. The Zyro family's Zyro Linai is a favorite to win this sect competition. Zyro Zuji's Dark Horse Road is coming to an end. It is said that this Zyro family's direct descendant has good qualifications, but he has always been suppressed by Zyro Zuji until he became a waste and then turned over, isn't it? In the past few years, others have called him Zyro Zuji's cousin and rarely mentioned his name. Zyro and I walked onto the stage and heard everyone's discussion. His eyes gradually turned cold. 5 years ago, the title of Zyro Zuji's cousin tortured him like a nightmare. No matter how good his performance was, he always lived under Zyro Zuji's shadow, unwilling to accept it, unwilling to give up. So he practiced harder, and finally one day, after unremitting efforts, his cousin became a waste, and finally got out of it. Step. Zyro Zuji stepped onto the stage. Cousin, I will defeat you in public, and let everyone know that my name is Zyro Linai, not Zyro Zuji's cousin. Zyro Linai said with a cold face. Zyro Zuji said, you can't do it. The warriors on the viewing platform looked at him, and saw the pride between his eyebrows. In an instant, it seemed as if they saw the unlimited and amazing genius 5 years ago. Zyro Linai said with a cold look, you haven't even opened your meridians. What qualifications do you have to say that I can't do it? No, I just can't do it. Zyro Zuji said. Crack. Zyro Linai clenched his fists and his anger ignited. He was usually quite calm, but facing Zyro Zuji who once lived in the shadow, his emotions were a little difficult to control. Start, said the referee. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Zyro Linai, who was carrying anger, rushed over with his body skills and made seals with both hands and instantly displayed dense palm prints. Thousand Hand Guanyin Palm. The ordinary intermediate martial arts of Juyin Valley, a master said in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dense palm prints came from different positions and hit Zyro Zuji, but he still stood still like a rock. The martial artist on the viewing platform twitched his mouth. The Zyro family's direct descendant was a martial artist, and he used the middle level palm technique, but he didn't even push him back. His physical strength was terrifying. Swish. Zyro Linai's palm turned into a fist and hit at an extremely fast speed, with a force of at least 2,500 kilograms. Unfortunately, it hit Zyro Zuji's chest, and only heard a bang, and it still didn't move. Damn it. Zyro Linai knew that he had a strong physical body, but he didn't expect that when they really fought, he would be so strong that he couldn't shake it even with his martial arts. Zyro Zuji said, my cousin taught you that you should not rush into a fight with others, and you should not lose your mind. It seems that you have forgotten it a long time ago. You are not qualified to teach me. Zyro Linai said angrily with a ferocious face, and his other fist came with thousands of pounds of force. Swish. Zyro Zuji dodged it, and he dodged it with just a step. Many masters were amazed. Zyro Linai hit the air and used the thousand-handed Guanyin Palm again, launching an airtight attack. As a result, no matter how hard he hit, he could not shake Zyro Zuji. On the high platform, the face of the eldest elder of the Zyro family became more and more ugly, and his eyes were more and more murderous. He could see that Zyro Linai could not shake Zyro Zuji, and his mind was already in chaos. If he continued to fight, something would happen sooner or later. Sure enough, when Zyro Zuji took the palm seal, he staggered again and punched from the side, hitting Zyro Linai's elbow joint. The elbow joint can make the arm more flexible, but it is also the most vulnerable. The punch hit, although it did not dislocate, but it brought Zyro Linai strong pain. He hurriedly covered his elbow and stepped back a few steps. Zyro Zuji said, you are injured here. Yes. When practicing in Juyin Valley, Zyro Linai's arm was injured. Although it was not serious, it was still a hidden danger. Have you been discovered? His face became more ferocious. Zyro Zuji shook his head and said, you are fighting with an injury, so you are no match for me. You'd better get off the stage quickly. Damn it. Is he looking down on me? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Zyro Linai clenched his fists, poured spiritual power into them, and rushed over again with his body skills. In an instant, the airwave rolled up, blowing away the dust around. Zyrozuji no longer used his body to take the attack, but retreated step by step, dodging the attack step by step, and at the same time, took advantage of the opportunity to attack his hand joints. Although Zyrolanai had been deliberately protecting himself, he would be hit from time to time. The injuries that were not serious at first gradually worsened, and waves of piercing pain came. Judging from the fighting situation, he was still suppressing Zyrozuji, but in the eyes of the master, the speed of his attack was much slower than before. Zyrozuji's body is too strong. If the Zyro family's direct descendants cannot attack effectively, they will sooner or later put themselves in a disadvantageous position. With a body this hard, it is not easy to shake it, unless you use weapons. The sect's martial arts competition has never allowed contestants to use weapons. In my opinion, the direct descendants of the Zyro family are in danger. TSK, it's terrible that he can resist a martial artist without opening his meridians. Look, the faces of several elders of the Zyro family are so angry that they are green. A monster with a body tempered to this level was expelled from the Zyro family. He must be angry and green. Many strong men watched the battle and talked about it. The faces of several elders of the Zyro family on the high platform kept changing, and anger overflowed in their bodies. They couldn't accept that the waste who was expelled from the family could fight Zyrolanai, who was trained with all his strength, on equal terms, because, on equal terms. The elders of the Zyro family thought too naively. Zyrozuji kept looking for flaws and hit Zyrolanai's elbow joint mercilessly, making him more and more painful, and the connection between his moves began to become messy. Even ordinary warriors could see that the direct descendant of the Zyro family was having a harder time. Bang! Suddenly, Zyrozuji's heavy fist hit Zyrolanai's elbow again. But after hearing a crack, Zyrolanai suddenly grimaced and took several steps back, sweat pouring down his forehead from the pain. Swish! Zyrozuji came briskly, circled behind him, put his back against his back, and clasped his neck with his backhand, doing a beautiful shoulder throw. Plop! Zyrolanai fell heavily to the ground, his face extremely ferocious. It's over. Many masters shook their heads. This result was doomed when Zyrolanai's elbow injury was discovered. Over? Not really. After Zyrozuji knocked Zyrolanai down, he clasped one hand around his neck and said lightly, "Remember, your brother will always be your brother. Even if he becomes a waste, you can't blaspheme him." Bang, bang. His right fist blasted down again and again with a strong wind. In just a moment, Zyrolanai, who was originally so proud and had high hopes, was beaten as badly as baby Jun. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "The favorite to win? He's just a piece of trash." The corner of the mouth of the elder of Dahenman twitched. A disciple who hadn't opened his meridians beat a genius of the Zyro family like this. He was convinced. Bang. Suddenly, a loud noise came in his ears, and he almost fell to the ground. The elder of Dahenman turned his head hurriedly, and saw that the toy in the hands of the leader of the Tigu sect was emitting green smoke. In the direction he pointed, there was a hole in the wall of the high platform in the distance. The loud gunshot startled the warriors on the viewing platform. They all looked over, and saw Jun Changxiao holding something in his hand. The elder of the Zyro family opposite stood in front of the chair with a look of horror. The hole in the wall was less than half a meter away from him. The leader fired a gun. Li Qingyang and Suzayama were surprised. What was that noise just now? It sounded like firecrackers. Everyone started talking. Pa. Jun Changxiao put one foot on the chair, pointed his gun at the elder of the Zyro family, and said lightly, "Sit down." The elder of the Zyro family looked extremely ugly, but he could only sit down obediently because of the smoking object. Especially when he remembered that a stream of light with terrifying power passed by him just when he stood up. The horror in his heart was particularly strong. "Repent." Jun Changxiao held the gun and said loudly, "Vent it out well. I will help you to watch over the grievances you have suffered over the years. Whoever dares to mess around will have his head blown." Zyrozuji smiled and raised his fist again to beat him hard. After a while, until Zyrolanai was beaten half to death, he threw him out of the arena like a dead dog. The 7th match of the 5th round, the winner is Zyrozuji. The referee's announcement echoed throughout the venue, making the minds of many warriors unable to calm down for a long time. P.S. Chapter chapters are combined into one. Please recommend. Thanks, buffering, Anam House, Adorablamata, Fifi 181 ********** 38 reward. Chapter 74 Division Champion, the Iron Faction Civil War. When Zyrozuji threw Zyrolinai to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, holding his neck with one hand, and torturing him crazily with the other, the eldest elder of the Zyro family on the high platform could not sit still and stood up. He just wanted to scold and stop Zyrozuji from being violent, and had no intention of taking action. After all, the organizer of the martial arts competition of the sect was the city lord of Liang City, and the eldest elder of the Zyro family did not have the courage to dare to interfere with the competition. Jun Changxiao didn't know, but when he saw him stand up angrily, he thought that he was going to harm Zyrozuji, so he pulled the trigger and shot without hesitation. After aiming for so long, he was sure to hit the target, and the deviation of about half a meter was also a warning to the other party. This is called firing a warning shot. The stream of bullets condensed by the crystal core flew past him, and the violent power it carried deeply shocked the eldest elder of the Zyro family. At that moment, he would not doubt that, if it hit him, the end would definitely be death or injury. The elder of the Zyro family was shocked, and could only watch Zyrolinai being abused by Zyrozuji. His hands were tightly clenched on the armrests, and his face turned pale. The expelled waste, beating the family genius regarded as the future, must have slapped his face, and stabbed his heart. The direct descendants of the Zyro family collapsed in their chairs one by one, and died gorgeously again. After the referee announced that Zyrozuji won, the viewing platform was silent. It was absolutely shocking that he defeated Zyrolinai, who had the cultivation of a first-class martial artist, with only physical strength. Waste. No one thinks so anymore. Because if someone who can even beat a martial artist is considered a waste, what is he? Zyrozuji stopped in the winner's zone, feeling the eyes of the crowd, and said with an expression on his face, "The feeling of 5 years ago is back." What feeling? The feeling of being envied by countless people. At that time, he enjoyed the attention of others, and had the arrogance that a genius should have. Later, after 5 years of experiencing the ups and downs of the world, he has achieved a calm mind. Junior brother. Suzuyomo squatted in another battle zone, raised her thumb and said, "Well done." Zyrozuji smiled brightly. Only in front of the head and senior brothers would his decadent face show an innocent smile. The last person to appear in the 5th round was Shanki. Because the opponent's strength was also a first-class martial artist, he had no choice but to open all 12 meridians, and the spiritual power and physical body exploded. It took a lot of twists and turns to defeat him. After devilish training, combined with the spiritual power array and the 50% opening rate of Yijinjing, Shanki broke through from the 5th stage to the 12th stage. Calculate carefully, it's almost 1 meridian opened a day. The 8th game of the 5th round, the winner is Shanki. The referee shouted. Shanki's opening of the 12 meridians hit the first-class martial artist, and the venue became silent again. Ding. 5 disciples advanced to the 6th round. The epic task completion rate was 50%, and the host received 20 contribution points. Ding. School contribution value. 112 over 500. Jun Changxiao murmured. Zuji and Shanki met in the regional finals. Yes. There are only 2 people left in the Ding area, Zyrozuji and Shanki. The warriors on the viewing platform also realized it, and started to discuss who would win if the two fought. At the end of the 5th round, there were only 2 people left in each battle area. Next, they will compete for the first place in the battle area, and then launch an attack on the final championship. What made many warriors collapse was that in the quarterfinals, the Tegu school occupied 5 places, and none of the participating disciples were eliminated. In so many sect competitions, there has never been 5 disciples who advanced to the regional finals at the same time. It's terrible. Lu Kai Qian and Li Qingyang are obviously still holding back. The next fight has a high chance of winning. When everyone was shocked and discussing, the referee's voice rang out. The first game of the quarterfinals, Li Qingyang vs. Huo Yuanming. It started. I wonder if the Tegu school disciple will burst out his true strength in this round of competition. Li Qingyang and Huo Yuanming took the stage one after another in anticipation. When the referee shouted start, the two rushed towards each other at the same time, their spiritual power gathered in their fists, exuding a cold and fierce momentum. Li Qingyang knew that his opponent was not simple, so he did not hide it anymore, and directly burst out his first grade martial arts training, and his moves were also open and close. He is a martial arts trainee. When the 100 sects recruited him, it seemed that he had only opened the 10th level of meridians. Now, in less than 2 months, he has actually entered the martial arts trainee. It's incredible. What kind of magic medicine does the Iron Bone Sect have that can make the disciples improve so quickly? On the fighting stage, Li Qingyang, who had fully opened his cultivation, became more and more comfortable. After more than 10 moves, he suppressed Huo Yuanming, who was also a first grade martial arts trainee. The winner is decided. Many strong men judged. Bang. Sure enough, Li Qingyang's fist came from the side like a snake, directly hitting Huo Yuanming's shoulder and knocking him out of the fighting stage. Suzaomo laughed and said, the second brother who gets serious is still very scary. The winner of the quarterfinals is Li Qingyang. The referee shouted. Many warriors' mouths twitched. They knew Li Qingyang's strength, but they didn't expect that after a complete explosion, he would easily defeat opponents of the same level. The next Lu Qianqian to appear shocked them even more, because after the start, she defeated the contestant with the strength of a second grade martial artist in a very short time. That's right. A genuine second grade martial artist. A contestant of this strength would either be the champion or the runner-up in previous martial arts competitions. The martial arts competitions become more and more difficult as time goes on, but how come the two disciples of the Tegu sect are getting easier and easier to fight? Many martial artists were really upset. Jun Changxiao said, very good, very good. The two disciples occupied 2 of the top 4 seats, and they were one step closer to taking the top 3. Next, Suzaomo went to fight. His opponent was Zhang Ling, an outstanding disciple of the Liu Yingwu sect, who was also a second grade martial artist. Many masters believed that the Tegu sect disciples could not hold on and would definitely be eliminated. Who knew that after the competition started, Suzaomo relied on his agile body skills to wander around the fighting stage, and Zhang Ling couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. This is too fast. Did he learn some high-level body skills? Very likely. Many martial artists could not understand and could only classify the extremely fast Suzaomo as using high-quality body skills. In fact, nothing is useful, just a pair of short legs. Suzaomo didn't just wander around. Sometimes she would seize the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. No matter if she hit or not, she would retreat immediately after the attack. Zhang Ling was enraged by the back and forth, and he released his spiritual power desperately on the field. Hey, you can't hit it. Are you angry? Hey, you can't hit it again. Are you angry? Suzaomo dodged again and again, not forgetting to use mean words to provoke the other party, making the other party even more angry. Zhang Ling, who has always been arrogant, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he bombarded more crazily. Half an hour later, he was exhausted and stood there panting, with the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. Go down. Suzaomo seized the opportunity, rushed over from the side, kicked him in the face, and flew out gorgeously. Good. Before Zhang Ling fell to the ground, Jun Changxiao couldn't help but cheer. Suzaomo won the district championship. Counting Zhao Zuji and Shanqi who did not compete, the championship battle has become a civil war among the Tegu sect. Plop. Zhang Ling fell to the ground with footprints on his right cheek. Is this a dream? Many warriors looked dazed, and the shock in their hearts could no longer be described in words. The champion of District A, Li Qingyang. The champion of District B, Suzaomo. The champion of District C, Lu Qianqian. The champion of District D, one of Zhao Zuji and Shanqi. The first place in the 4 battle zones was all won by the Tegu sect. This is definitely something that has never happened since the sect competition was held. Thanks to Tony and Yi for the reward. Please vote. Chapter 75, the most boring final in history. The finals of Area B ended, and the winner was Suzaomo. counting the 2 Tegu Sect disciples in Area D. In the next semi-finals, no matter who wins or loses, the champion will be Tegu Sect. Very strong, very awesome. The warriors on the viewing platform, the top leaders of various sects, and even the Lord of Liang City, after seeing this result, the expressions on their faces can only be described as wonderful. In the sect competition, 2 disciples of a sect met in the finals. But the situation where 4 disciples joined hands to enter the semi-finals and could take the top 3 places, no matter how they fought, has never happened. This is definitely a precedent for sect competitions, and it will be difficult to see it again in the future. The third match of the quarterfinals, the winner is Suzuo Mu. The fourth match of the quarterfinals, Zio Zuji vs. Shinki. The referee shouted one after another. Although no matter who wins, the first place in Area D will be a disciple of Tegu Sect, but according to the rules, there must be a difference. Swish. Shinki took the stage first. He smiled at Zio Zuji, who was walking up to him, and said, "Junior brother, I won't let you win." Zio Zuji said, "Me too. Begin." The referee shouted. Swish. Zio Zuji and Shinki rushed towards each other at full speed. Full speed. It seems that, even if we are from the same sect, we have to decide the winner in the sect competition. Everyone was looking forward to it. They didn't care who would win the championship in the end. Anyway, they couldn't run into other sects. What they cared more about was to see a fierce competition, so that it would be worth the trip. Zio Zuji and Shinki rushed over at full speed. The two stopped about 1 meter away, punched out, and shouted in unison, "Rock, paper, scissors." Shinki, scissors. Zio Zuji, rock. Shinki ran to the edge of the martial arts arena, then jumped down and screamed loudly. It was agreed that everyone would use paper, but he secretly changed it to rock. The warriors in the venue were instantly petrified. Using rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner. Is it a competition? The referee was also confused, but since Shinki jumped off the fighting stage, it meant that he admitted defeat and announced in public, the fourth match of the quarterfinals. The winner is Zio Zuji. Ding. 4 disciples won the top 4 seats, met the definition conditions, completed the epic task, and the completion rate was 150%. The host received 200 contribution points. Ding. The sect's contribution value is 312 over 500. Fuck. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened and said, "Give so much." Ding. The host has completed the epic task in excess and obtained 1 seal opening talisman and a certain amount of experience points. As soon as the system prompt sound ended, Jun Changxiao's body surged with vast spiritual power, gathered in the Danshan, and gradually formed a cyclone. That's it, a breakthrough? When the head of Junda was confused, the cyclone condensed and formed, and the violent spiritual energy gathered inside, which lifted his spirits. Ding. The host successfully broke through to the first grade martial arts apprentice. Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, "So easy." Others were struggling to condense the cyclone when opening the 12 stages of the meridians, but he was directly promoted, which was simply too cool. However, the spiritual power in the cyclone did not stop because of the breakthrough to the first grade martial artist, and the intensity is still rising. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the second grade martial artist. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the third grade martial artist. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the fourth grade martial artist. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the fifth grade martial artist. In a short period of time, Jun Changxiao broke through from the 12th stage of opening meridians to the 5th grade martial artist, and it took only a few seconds. Plop. The elder of Dahenman was so shocked that he fell to the ground, and his open mouth could probably fit 2 eggs. When Jun Changxiao broke through just now, waves of promotion emerged one after another, which was witnessed by him. My god. My ancestors. What happened to that guy just now? Is he breaking through? Impossible. Impossible. How can someone in the world break through so crazily? He must deliberately release the aura of the realm that should have been broken through to create the illusion of improved cultivation. The elder of Dahenman comforted his frightened little heart. Jun Chang let out a breath with a smile, stretched his arms and grinned. It's so cool. What's even cooler is that after the epic task is completed in excess, a seal opening talisman will be awarded. The sword that is difficult to put away after being unsheathed 40 meters is definitely the strongest trump card that Master Jun has. With the seal opening talisman, it can be used directly. Lincoln Sect, Zyro family. Once I draw my sword out of the sheath, anyone can kill it. At that moment, Master Jun wanted to jump to the highest point of the venue and shouted arrogantly to everyone, "Who else?" A voice came from the system. It's a pity that there is no 5th place evaluation in the sect competition. Otherwise the disciple can win it again, and the degree of overcompletion will be improved. That's a pity. Jun Changxiao said this, but he was already satisfied in his heart. The top 50% will give 100 contribution points, and the overcompletion will give another 200 contribution points. Not only will the cultivation level break through, but also get the seal of opening. What's not to be satisfied with? This is really an epic task, so terrifying. The first match of the top 4, Iron Qian vs. Li Qingyang. After a short break, the referee shouted. The warriors on the viewing platform immediately became excited. After all, one of them has explosive spiritual power, and the other has both spiritual power and physical body. The battle between them must be very. Li Qingyang came on stage, and after the referee shouted to start, he bowed to the eldest sister, turned around and jumped down. Many warriors widened their eyes. In the semi-finals of the sect competition, even if you are from the same sect, you can at least fight to show your respect. At worst, a game of rock paper scissors will do. The winner of the semi-finals is Iron Qian. The referee shouted helplessly. Next, it was Suzumo and Zyrozuji who were going to fight. Many warriors leaned back in their chairs, no longer expecting any more battles. Sure enough, after the fight began, the two Tegu sect disciples ran at full speed, not towards each other, but towards the outside of the arena, as if they were competing to see who would jump down first. In the end, Suzumo had the upper hand in speed. When Zyrozuji just ran to the edge, he had already landed smoothly and successfully obtained the right to be eliminated. Are you kidding us? Rushing to be eliminated is ridiculous. Hey, who made them all from the same sect? In the final stage of each sect competition, wasn't the fight extremely fierce? In this semi-finals battle, either they jumped down on their own initiative or they rushed to be eliminated. Just ask, is it fun for you to play? Whether it's fun or not, the final of the sect competition is also a civil war among the disciples of the Tegu sect. The final battle, Iron Qian vs. Zyrozuji. The referee's weak voice sounded, obviously because of their various waterproofing, they had lost the passion they should have. Zyrozuji stepped onto the stage first, and bowed his hands and said, "Senior sister, you can be the champion." After brutally abusing Beijan and Zyrolanai, he had found himself, and vented his grievances. He was not interested in the first place in the sect competition. Iron Qian walked up, and walked down again. She was not interested either. If Li Qingyang had not taken the lead, she would have been eliminated early. That's it. The referee didn't even shout the start. The most important final of the sect competition held every 2 years was declared over. The champion was Zyrozuji, a disciple of the Tegu sect. The warriors watching the battle wanted to cry. I came all the way here and almost got hemorrhoids. You disciples of the Tegu sect actually treat the final like this. After the competition, the leaders of each sect sat together and, after discussion, issued a new policy. When disciples of the same sect meet, they must fight with all their strength and play rock paper scissors to see who will be eliminated first. Those who voluntarily give up before the start will be disqualified. Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, I thought it would be difficult to win the championship, but I didn't expect the contestants from each faction to be so weak. I'm really disappointed. Ding. Pretend value plus 999,999. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.